Good evening, everyone. Nyama, Wurundjeri Wurrungulyin, Gunganinu Bik Wenawap Darabandari, Nyariana Nyanga Bik Ban Ba Nyagu, Gagukal Nangit Bambuth Yellingbu Ba Gamaji. I acknowledge the Wurundjeri Wurrung people on whose land Darebin Council stands. I recognise their continuing connection to land, water and culture, and pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging, and to elders from all communities who are here today. Councillors, we have two apologies this evening, Councillor Amir and Councillor Lawrence. Membership is otherwise as listed in the agenda. Does anybody have a conflict of interest to disclose this evening? Yes, Councillor Massey.
I have, for you, Mayor Rennie, I have a conflict for item number 7.3 for Commonwealth Home Support Program offer of funding extension.
Thank you,
Due
Councillor
to my
Massey.
workplace.
Just note that 7.7, not 7.3.
I wasn't wearing my glasses.
I'll just ask that you remind me at the time if I omit to leave a pause for that. I'd like to welcome everybody here tonight. It's fantastic to have you in the gallery, to have staff and councillors around the table, and also I'd like to acknowledge those who are watching online. Before I begin, I would like to set out my expectations in relation to behaviour and remind all councillors of our obligations under the Code of Conduct. At Darebin, we pride ourselves on being a progressive and contemporary city, and in the interest of demonstrating exemplary leadership, I have high expectations that we will all be professional in our conduct throughout the evening and respectful in our debate. It is important for both councillors and members of the community to remember that our council chamber is both a workplace and a public space, and we have an obligation to ensure that the working environment and public forums are safe for everyone, both emotionally as well as physically. I want to be clear that I won't tolerate any form of personal acrimony or insult, grandstanding or yelling, and nor will I put up with talking over the top of one another or any use of unreasonable or impolite language or interjections from the gallery. We have a very busy agenda tonight, and I expect that everyone will direct questions and comments through me as the chair, and I'll endeavour to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to speak, but also that we stick to time. So the first then order of business is to confirm the minutes of the previous council meeting. Thank you, Councillor Williams. Moved by Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Greco. All those in favour? That motion is carried. That now brings us to question and submission time. I would like to start question and submission time this evening by inviting Erica to come up and make a submission to council.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie, and thank you to all Darebin Council members here tonight. Much appreciated. I'm speaking a collective statement from members of the Darebin Aboriginal Advisory Committee. Our Black Lives Matter. We, the members of the Darebin Aboriginal Advisory Committee, call for change across this country. We call for national accord and personal acceptance of the fact that Black lives matter. For all our people, our lives, families, lands, waters, culture, law, history and identity as First Nations people have always mattered. We believe that there is no better time than now for all Australians to join with us in the struggle to bring to an end the centuries-long racism and social inequity that has been forced upon Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people of this country. We call upon all Australian governments, federal, state, territory and local, to do more. We call upon Australian businesses, corporate, private, large and small, to do more. We call upon all to join in with a sense of urgency and determination the fight against injustice, racism, inequity and discrimination. Every Australian rests and rises on Aboriginal land. Every Australian has benefited in some way from the loss and dispossession inflicted upon Aboriginal people past and present. Every Australian has a conscionable right to take a firm and unwavering stand against injustice, racism and inequity. In the spirit of unity, we reach out to all Australians, asking that you challenge yourself by asking, what is it that I can do to make a difference? A difference that will make my community and this country a safer, fairer and more just place for all to live and prosper. And I read this on behalf of Ellie Jean Singh, Janaea Costa-Montadas, Erica Higgins, Alan Brown, Charles Parkiner. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Erica, for your powerful words on behalf of DAC and for being here with us tonight. About a month ago, I reaffirmed Darebin's absolute commitment to our diverse community and stand side by side with them to call out any form of racism or discrimination, and that we will not tolerate any form of racism and will speak out loudly and strongly when it occurs. The tragic murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis has again shown the deadly consequences of racism, an issue which we as a country continue to confront. Racism and bigotry harm people. They result in the national disgrace of the increasing and unacceptable overrepresentation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in prisons. Aboriginal men are overrepresented 16 times and Aboriginal women 22 times overrepresented compared to non-Indigenous men and women in prison. Aboriginal children as young as 10 are in youth detention, and at least 432 people have died in custody since the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody in 1991. We have an unwavering commitment to a racism-free Darebin and proudly walk alongside First Nations people. Black Lives Matter. We see you and we stand with you in strength and solidarity. I thank you so much for coming here tonight and ask that you please pass on our thanks also to Ellie Jean, Janaea, Alan and Charles for working with you on that powerful statement. We'll move now to other questions and submissions. We have a number of questions that have been submitted tonight. I will remind people when you come up to the lectern to state your question that we do not need any long preambles. If you can't come to the lectern, an officer will bring a microphone to you. It is important to use the microphone even if you have a loud voice because the microphone captures the sound and ensures that people watching online can also hear. I will ask that you direct your questions to myself as the Mayor and that you limit your questions to 3. And I look forward to hearing from everyone tonight. So the first question is Peter Roberts. Peter, would you like to come up and read your question? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Peter Roberts. As you're aware, I've been here a couple of times before, and I'm the president of the Strathallan Golf Club. And unfortunately, the golf club has had an issue with the council in respect of rates for a couple of years now, and that issue is primarily dealing with a valuation that we have disputed. I would like to just read my question and then put a bit of extra information to councillors.
So, Mr Roberts, as I said in the preamble, and this applies to all members of the public, we don't allow or need lengthy preambles, so please just read your question.
I'd like to, are you saying I can't make a preamble? Can't make any reference to the letter I've just sent councillors, can't make any reference to the motion and the reasons why the motion was not passed last time, the motion as put by Councillor Greco?
Mr Roberts, as I indicated beforehand, there is no need for a lengthy preamble. This is question time. I've received the question that you have submitted. If you could just read that question, that would be great. Thank you.
So you're not allowing me any form of preamble. If I could just make one point, not related to Strathallan Golf Club, but to the previous speaker. On a personal basis, I support the views and express concern to a certain proportion of the Australian community, and I would support her views. With respect of the question, my question is that given Darebin City Council is either legally, morally or ethically required to comply with the various legislation, policy statements, directives and guidelines, on what basis has Council taken such an aggressive line with the Strathallan Golf Club over the purported rates liability attributed to the land on which the club's golf course is situated?
Thank you for that question, Mr Roberts.
So you're not allowing any preamble for myself. And I would just like to make the point that at last meeting, Councillor Greco was doing his job.
Mr Roberts, we were all
Okay.
at the last council meeting, so you
Right.
don't need to go
Okay.
over. I say that in the context, we have one of the busiest agendas of the year. I have received well over a dozen questions from
Okay.
the community. We cannot go beyond 11 p.m, and if everyone seeks to make a preamble, we will.
Thank you.
So thank you for your question. Council's approach is and will continue to be fair and reasonable in regard to the rates liability attributed to the land on which Strathallan Golf Club is situated. All correspondence with Strathallan Golf Club is based on sound legal advice and compliant with legislation to ensure integrity and consistency in decision-making is maintained. Thank you. The next question that I have received is from Mr Steve Minos. Is Mr Minos here? It doesn't appear that he is, so I'll read his question. Wood heaters are creating unbearable pollution in the neighbourhood. Breathing is difficult when out for a walk. Will Council consider banning the health-destroying, air-polluting wood fires, even though there's many recommendations of how to burn dry wood? Most people do not follow this and burn building materials or anything else they can get their hands on. I think the time has come with global warming, etc. Ban the wood heaters, there's a better alternative. Thank you, Mr Minos, for this question. Council recognises the seriousness of air pollution from wood smoke. On the 6th of April 2020, Council resolved to take a number of actions to reduce wood smoke pollution. These include community education and advocating to the Victorian Government for change to cut wood smoke. Coincidentally, I am meeting with the EPA about this matter this week. Unfortunately, local councils are unable to ban wood heaters in Victoria, as this is the responsibility of the Victorian Government. Smoke from wood heaters is regulated by the Victorian Government through the Environmental Protection Authority and its waste management policy for solid fuel heating. Local councils can enact local laws, but they cannot go over and above the state law. As a result, any ban would need to be implemented by the Victorian Government. Thank you for your advocacy on this issue. I would encourage you to let the state government also know about your views directly. The next question is from Mr Andy Roberts. Is Mr Roberts here tonight? No, I'll then proceed with his question. As a concerned tenant of the above address, I would like to ask, when will the Council implement an Airbnb policy similar to the Mornington Peninsula Council that will prevent illegal criminal activity from blighting the lives of law-abiding residents in this community? It was referenced by Christine Schmidt in the Council notes of September 2018 and needs your urgent attention, please. Please be advised that there will be 3 victim impact statements presented to the Council on the 9th of June 2020 with regards to recent events at this address. Mr Roberts, thank you for your questions. I understand the property that you are concerned about is an apartment building, which means that the owner's corporation has the power to issue breach notices. The State Government made changes to the Owners Corporations Act 2006 in February 2019 to help prevent short-term accommodation apartment buildings being used to host unruly parties. These reforms allow owners, corporations and residents to take action against owners and guests. Owners and guests are now jointly and individually liable for any compensation, fines and awards for damage to common property. Under this legislation, the owners' corporation can issue breach notices and therefore you should get in touch with them on this matter. Council is unable to legally enact a local law addressing this issue because the state legislation is in place and it overrides any local law. My sympathies, though, I understand this must be a very difficult situation for you, Mr Roberts. The next question is from Ms Julie Moore. Is Ms Moore here? No, I will read that question. I would like the Council to consider banning the use of leaf blowers at residential housing. Perhaps there might be some exception made for residential houses on land greater than 1,000 square metres. We have regular uses when one can't feel a broom would... We have regular uses when one can't help feel that a broom would do the trick. The fact that has been quiet serves to highlight the return of noise pollution. Thank you, Ms Moore, for this question. Local councils, including Darebin, are unable to consider banning leaf blowers as the use of this equipment is governed by the Victorian Government through the Environment Protection Authority. The EPA sets noise guidelines for their operation and when they can be used. Generally, the EPA noise guidelines allow people to use equipment and appliances at home during the day. Leaf blowers, as well as other equipment like mowers and power tools, are regarded as normal noises during the daytime in a residential setting. The next question is from Ms Maureen Wilson. Is Ms Wilson here? I'll also read that question. Please provide an explanation as to why the trees in High Street near Melbourne Water are being removed. It is turning Reservoir into a no-green suburb. Thank you for the question, Ms Wilson. The trees in High Street are on Melbourne Water's land, and Melbourne Water are replacing the 94 pine trees because they are near the end of their life. Melbourne Water has indicated they are starting to become dangerous. Because they were all planted at the same time, they will all be ageing at the same time. Melbourne Water do not need Council's permission to remove these trees. However, Council was consulted and we have advocated for significantly more trees to be replanted. I'm advised that Melbourne Water propose over 1,000 replacement plantings, most of which will be native. Melbourne Water have more information about the tree replacement works on their website, and I would encourage you to contact Melbourne Water with any further questions. The next question is from Mr Jason McCall. Is Mr McCall here? I'll read his question. The rooms at Donath West Reserve are in desperate need of an overhaul similar to Preston Bullant's new rooms, with the added participation of both men and women's sport likely to increase significantly from 2021. What processes the Council got in place to house these participants in the existing infrastructure available? Thank you for that question, Mr McCall. Upon completion of the redevelopment works in 2014, the Donath Reserve Central Pavilion has 4 female-friendly change rooms, which is the preferred Council and AFL Victoria layout for facilities with men's and women's teams. At this stage, there is a total of 6 teams using the facility. As per the draft Outdoor Sports Infrastructure Framework, priorities can be reviewed based on increases in participation numbers and other factors such as funding opportunities. Mr McCall has written a second and third part of the question, which I'll now read. Based on increased participation rates, when can we see new rooms assigned for Donath Reserve West, in particular the football oval? And because of the diversity, the Keon Park Football and Netball Club Incorporated will be bringing to the community, how will the Council support the club with its lack of facilities? The Donath Reserve Central Pavilion had a redevelopment in 2014 with female-friendly and DDA-compliant facilities. That's disability-compliant facilities. The Donath Reserve Central Pavilion is not rated a high priority for redevelopment compared to other pavilions which have not had upgrades for several years. The Donath Central Pavilion is currently not on the 20-year capital works for redevelopment based on the relatively recent upgrades completed. The facility may be part of a future renewal program. Council officers are liaising with the Keon Park Football and Netball Senior Club regarding their proposal to be part of the NFLW. The proposed venue for this club, Donath Reserve Central Pavilion, was redeveloped in 2014 and has 4 female-friendly change rooms and is in better condition than many other facilities in the municipality. Therefore, the pavilion is not on the long-term capital works program but will be considered as part of Council's long-term renewal program. The next question that's been submitted is from Ms Robin Vote. Ms Vote, please come up and ask your question. It'll give me a very welcome break.
I'll be quick. Mayor, staff salaries are the responsibility partly of ratepayers, and a very important process is staff satisfaction surveys. Please could you let me know how frequently a council staff satisfaction survey is conducted? Do councillors discuss survey results in a formal process? And are survey results available to the public other than through an FOI process?
Thank you for that question, Ms Vote. The staff survey is conducted approximately every 2 years. The last survey was undertaken in November 2019, and prior to this, May 2016. The staff survey is an operational initiative and an employment matter and is managed by the Chief Executive Officer and conducted by an external third party to ensure confidentiality. As a workforce operational initiative, the survey results are not publicly available. Survey results are used to inform organisational development and improvement programs that are designed for staff and by staff.
Thank you. I've got another question.
Yes.
With a long preamble, but I'll give that a miss. As the budget is one of the most important items in the Council's calendar, why were other agenda items not shifted to a special meeting instead of the budget? I understand that agendas are very crowded, but there were less important items that could have been put to a special meeting. So this would have allowed ratepayer participation instead of stifling debate.
Thank you for that question, Ms Vote. It's a fairly standard practice across local government in Victoria to hold budget meetings as special council meetings. It is something that's happened not every year, but in a number of previous years if we went back. I believe it's disingenuous to invite community members to come and make submissions on the night a budget is going to be considered, because we're talking about a budget of well in excess of $100 million, and the idea that changes could be made without foresight and without planning because someone makes a submission on the night, I think is misleading to the community. We value community participation in our budget so highly that we have a dedicated process in place to make sure we capture and respond to community participation. That process is for community members to be able to make submissions in writing, and if they choose, to make submissions in person at a hearing of submissions panel. So we have a special meeting dedicated only to hearing from community members. We then take what we've heard from those community members, we cost it, we consider it, and we look at whether and how we can incorporate it into the budget. I would not like us to mislead our community, and I want us to be very clear that that is the process people should participate in if they want to make a change to the budget, and that it would be misleading, I believe, to encourage any community member to come on the night that we are considering the budget and feel as though there was a genuine opportunity to influence an outcome at that stage. The genuine opportunity for engagement is at the hearing of submissions process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Third question. Mr. Preamble. When will the details of Darebin Council's $11.3 million COVID-19 community and business resilience and recovery package, when will the details of the allocation be available? Will there be a public consultation process before the funds are allocated? Will there be a grant application process? And will there be a separate line item in the 2021 audit to account for the funds?
Thank you. I'll take some of that on notice for a more detailed response, but a certain amount of that expenditure has already been made. There have been business grants that have already been available to businesses to apply for, and those closed last week. So quite a lot of that money is allocated, and there will be some capacity for us to actually share how it's been allocated. I might ask the CEO if you'd like to add anything.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the question, Ms Voigt. So the decision to allocate the money was actually the subject of a council resolution back in March, I think the 17th of March, but I'll check that for you. And the details of the package were outlined there. Since then, what has happened is there's been consultation occur with, very deep consultation occur with a number of the social support agencies across the municipality to understand how best we might allocate that money to provide the greatest amount of support, as well as there's been consultation with businesses, so extensive consultation with our traders as well, and other levels of government and all those kinds of things. So there won't be a formal consultation process as we would normally do. The circumstances of the COVID pandemic meant that, and the design of the program was intended to create opportunities for relief to occur immediately, and I've been very proud of the work that the staff have done to do that. In terms of providing an audit or an account of the way that money's been allocated, and it's a bit of a rolling program, so it's actually something that we're trying to be quite agile on, but we've undertaken to give commitments to council to come back and indicate how things are progressing and how the money's been expended. So it'll be the subject of future further reports.
Thank you. I've got a submission. Will I make it now? It's very quick. It's for item 7.7.
Would you prefer to make it in front of item 7.7, which is the usual practice, if you're going to stay?
I'm not sure I'm staying. It depends how long this meeting is.
This meeting might be long, so let's do your submission now, because I can't guarantee that we won't be here for a while.
Okay. Mayor and councillors, the pandemic has brought with it many challenges to the lives of our residents. One bright light has been the continued provision of aged care services by council's well-trained and well-supported aged care staff. Many private aged care providers did not perform well in the crisis, and anecdotal evidence indicates that some very vulnerable people were left with reduced or cancelled services. I'm very interested to hear councillors' views, in light of the pandemic, of the benefits of having our council running high-quality services in these difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that submission, Ms Vogt. Councillors, before I go to the next community member who has questions, can I ask for a continuance? Thank you.
I'll extend public and a question time by 30 minutes.
By 30 minutes? Thank you. Moved by Councillor Lasserf, seconded by Councillor Messina. All those in favour? Thank you. The next question is from Mr Coffey. Welcome, Keith.
Good evening. My name's Keith Coffey from Reservoir, and this is in reference to the last meeting. I'm not going to go on with the preamble, but it's a fair bit in it. My question to the council and to you, Mayor Rennie, are you breaching the code of conduct by stating my emails were not received on the 18th to the 5th, which Stephen, sorry about the mistake I made on the email, I call him Steve. Where am I? Look. When Stephen had answered, he had received my emails on the 12th and one on the 17th. By answering the one on the 12th, he explained to me that it was not a meeting for putting out any questions and that. So, in turn, I sent another one on the 17th, the same thing. I come to the meeting on the on a cold night when the pandemic crisis was well underway. I should have stayed home. It was a cold night and there was no heating in the public area, which I see you've altered since I mentioned it, because I told Oakey on the night. I would like a written apology. To me, it confirms that one department does not talk to the other, and no wonder the city is falling behind in everything. Back in my time, the saying was, if it starts at the top and trickles to the down. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey, and I'm sorry that your experiences left you so disappointed. I hear that. At the 18th of May council meeting, you asked 2 questions that were received in an email attachment on Sunday the 17th of May. These were taken on notice as a pre-prepared response was not done, which would have been the normal process. Why this occurred is as follows. These same 2 questions were also received from you on Monday the 11th of May in an email, requesting that they be put to the special council meeting on Wednesday the 13th of May, when council was placing its 2021 budget on exhibition. In response to this email on the 11th of May, Mr. Mann acknowledged the questions, advised that no questions would be dealt with at the special council meeting, and invited you to review the draft budget and, if you wish, to make submissions or questions to the draft budget. Mr. Mann, in this response, also advised you that the questions were all operational issues, i.e. weeds in gutters, trip hazards, etc., and that they had been referred to the Council Operations Department. On this basis, Mr. Mann formed the view that your questions, so this list of operational issues, received on the 18th of May, identical to those from the 11th of May, had been dealt with. Mr. Mann apologises if his interpretation and handling of this matter has caused you confusion. In conclusion, Mr. Coffey, Council very much appreciates you raising these operational matters. However, it would be our preference if they were channelled through our customer service system as a more efficient way of having them resolved. And I do sincerely apologise for the confusion and the distress that caused you.
All I got to say to that remark is my questions were relating to things that were in the 17-18 budget and the 18-19 budget, and they still hadn't been done. That's over 2 years. And your excuse on that night was, due to the pandemic thing, we're short of staff. And I responded by saying the pandemic's only been around for 3 months.
Mr. Coffey,
That's
I think
why I got very annoyed. And another thing, I also got another email from Daniel Sue saying my letter is now up for submission in the budget. They're only repeating the same things that's been going on for be the 3rd year.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
That's why I'm
Coffey.
very annoyed.
I hear that.
And what about the apology? I asked for a written one.
I've said that I sincerely apologise for the confusion, and I'm very sorry that it caused you some distress.
Oh.
Thank you. The next question is from Mr. Jeffrey Richards. Mr. Richards, would you like to come up?
Thank you, Mayor and councillors, and I appreciate the heating and acoustics. It's far better tonight. I don't really need the rug. And I'll abbreviate the long preamble to my question. Related to the budget, a special meeting, and it seems to me that participation has been denied. I accept the proposition that submissions can be made. That's halfway through. The meeting that we were denied asking a question was at the start of the budget. And my proposal was to borrow even more money. I support the rate increase and the amendment to utilise the surplus that's there. that's sensible, but why, and one question is, why is council not borrowing further to provide shovel-ready employment projects, to have a rate increase and then declare a surplus? I think John Maynard Keynes would turn around in his grave at that solution in this climate. So has that May 13th amendment that was passed on the night been reflected in the current published draft budget? May I have a copy of same and a written response to the ruling of why we couldn't have questions on the night? I couldn't hear much of it back there. We can tonight. That's question one.
Would you like to read all your questions at once, or would you like me to go one after another?
You could give the response if you wouldn't mind, please, but I did accept some of the comments you made to Ms Vogt about the budget.
Okay. Sorry, Mr Richards, I'm actually having a little bit of trouble hearing you myself. I might get you to speak more closely into the microphone.
Right. That better?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, a response now to question
Okay,
one.
thank you. The published draft budget currently on exhibition to the community is as tabled at the special council meeting dated the 13th of May 2020. No amendments were made. Darebin and other Victorian councils are required by the Victorian Auditor-General to make decisions that ensure the financial sustainability of the council. The draft budget 2021, with the proposed operating surplus of $3.7 million and no proposed borrowings, has been prepared to ensure that council maintains its financial sustainability and is in line with the Victorian Auditor-General key risk indicators and is agile enough to respond to the unprecedented impact of the coronavirus. Council's budgeted capital works program of $34 million is focused on projects that can generate local jobs and act as an economic stimulus. We have stayed committed to investing in the public infrastructure the community needs, are shovel-ready and respond to the climate emergency, and are supporting those who are hardest hit, particularly those who are already disadvantaged. We do have other shovel-ready projects, and if there are grants available from state or federal governments which would enable us to deliver those, we would certainly be very pleased to be able to do that.
Did I misunderstand a motion on the night? I thought Councillor Newton's motion was accepted to spend that budget surplus.
So I'll get the CEO, thank you.
Let's talk.
So I'll get the CEO to clarify the matter of the budget surface. Pardon? Oh, Ms Bishop. Or Damien. So the question is in relation to what the budget surplus of 3.7 means and how that is actually rolled into capital works. We'll get you to grab a mic too if we could.
It's simply a matter of, was Councillor Newton, did I misunderstand Councillor Newton's amendment that night? I thought it was passed.
So,
To you, Madam Mayor. So the budget operating surplus of $3.7 million is used to fund the capital works program of $34 million.
Thank you.
The recommendation on the night wasn't to, the decision made wasn't to spend the 3.7 million surplus, was to keep that surplus because it's already committed to the capital works program.
I must have misunderstood the night. I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for that.
thank you. And we're very happy to get someone to call you tomorrow and talk through that if you'd like a more in-depth kind of... Yeah, no, very happy to do that, Mr Richards.
My question too? It won't be as long. Falls are a major concern of the ageing, and in my case, at 83, gone are my days of ladder climbing. To change some light bulbs and replace a ceiling, fix smoke alarm and gutter clearing, I used an external handyman recently. We used to get this provided, part of that, by council. Does council provide this sort of service? I had heard that climbing is no longer permitted under WorkSafe rules, and that was why I did not approach. Is this correct?
Thank you for that question also. With the respect to the capacity of persons to ask questions at a special council meeting, hang on, no, sorry, scroll down. Council's home maintenance service assists residents aged over 65 years who are eligible for the Commonwealth Home Support Program, or CHSP, as well as younger residents who are eligible for Home and Community Care Program for Younger People, or HAC, PYP, with services such as replacement of light globes and smoke alarm batteries. Additionally, residents may choose to have their smoke alarm batteries replaced annually if they would like to by the service. Furthermore, Council's windows and gutter cleaning service offers older residents reimbursement of up to $120 per annum for expenses incurred on windows and gutter cleaning.
Thank you.
Very happy to have someone follow up.
So, Mr. Richards, I'll get someone to give you a call about that tomorrow if you like. Thank you. Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
Terrific. The next question is from Ms. Maria Paletti. Is Ms. Paletti there? No. So I'll read this question. The Preston Market motion passed at the last council meeting on May the 18th has created confusion and concern in the Darebin community about the fate of the Preston Market. For the sake of clarification, will council please answer yes or no to the following questions. Does the motion passed keep open the option of demolishing, relocating and rebuilding the market? And 2, is relocating the Preston Market to a new position still one of the options being considered by council? Thank you, Ms. Paletti, for this question. Council doesn't get to make the decision on whether or not the market will move. That's up to the state government and the landowner. What council can decide is what it tells the VPA is the most important to think about when they set the planning rules. The advice we've had from experts is that there are real risks if the market is moved, particularly to the architectural heritage of the building, which is very important. The advice also indicates real risks with the ongoing viability of the market and to the existing traders if parts of the market are not moved or expanded, which is also very important. We haven't given up hope that there's a solution where all of these risks can be balanced, where both the architecture and the traders are protected. That's what we asked the VPA to do on the 18th of May 2020, to protect both. We called for both a heritage overlay and a contractual agreement with the landowner. Once the VPA comes to us with a plan, we will be able to say whether we think they go far enough to meet Council's clear objectives to protect what's most important. Council's objectives are very clear that moving the market could only be supported if the heritage experts say that it won't harm the heritage of the market building. Ms. Paletti has asked a second question. Council in the chamber have claimed that there are many views from the community that do not support the continuation of the market in situ. Is this secret council business, or will you release the data of Darebin community members who support the relocation, hence ultimate destruction or demolition of the market? In response, all of the community engagement for the Preston Market has been done by engagement specialists and their reports are made fully public. I repeat, all those reports are fully public. The most recent round of engagement was carried out in May and June last year by RPS Consultants. Issues around market character and urban design were looked at in depth. The report from this phase of the engagement concludes. Feedback also shows that maintaining the intangible essence of the market was an important consideration for participants. For the vast majority of participants, these intangibles create the value of the market. This includes the range and diversity of offerings, affordability, providing a welcoming and inclusive space that everyone can enjoy, having a range of stakeholders, its cultural diversity, and its authentic grunge aesthetic. For this majority, the location of the market is not a concern. We also know that there are people within the community who passionately believe the market should remain exactly where it sits in the site. I have personally heard, both from community members who want the market to remain essentially unchanged and in the same position, and I have heard possibly from even more community members who would be very happy if the market were to be rebuilt somewhere on that same site. This is complex, and I want to acknowledge that there are a range of views. There is no right and wrong. It's a discussion for us to have as a community, and I think what we all want is to guarantee that the market will be there, thriving and viable and dynamic and wonderful, just as it is today in 50 years' time. Thank you. I have questions from Mr. Erlandson. There will be an opportunity. I've got to go to the questions on notice first, and then I'll come to community members who haven't submitted. So Mr. Erlandson is not here tonight. I'll read his question. A number of councillors in the chamber have made public statements to the effect that the VPA will make the decision about the future of the Preston market. On its website, the VPA states that it works in partnership with council. Would you like to correct and clarify that the VPA does not make decisions about the future of Preston market, but in partnership with council prepares recommendations and planning proposals for the Minister for Planning, who has the final say? Mr. Erlandson, thank you for the question, and that final statement that you've made is not correct, and I will clarify that. The VPA is the planning authority for the Preston market. For this particular site, the VPA were directed to work in consultation with council, the developer, the community and the traders. Council has been advocating strongly to the VPA for what's important about the market to be protected. Ultimately, though, the decisions about what is and isn't in the planning controls sit with the VPA alone, and the Planning Minister will get to have the final say on what gets approved. Mr. Erlandson has continued with another question. While the VPA is currently preparing planning amendments that may include heritage controls, this does not preclude the development of a separate heritage overlay to sit alongside and to complement planning provisions. Thank you, Mr. Erlandson. In response, the VPA is the responsible authority, which means that only they can decide whether or not to include a heritage overlay. Council doesn't have the power to apply its own separate heritage overlay. The VPA can choose to include a heritage overlay as part of the planning controls or do a heritage overlay as a separate amendment. Neither of these is stronger or weaker than the other in a planning sense. It's purely a procedural matter, as there is no difference in the outcome of the heritage overlay. And Mr. Erlandson's third question is asked that a heritage overlay could include further controls and protections from demolition for the Preston market. Mr. Erlandson, the heritage overlay is a tool that requires a planning permit for demolition or redevelopment. It sets out what is significant as defined by heritage experts and written into the planning controls. A heritage overlay and a statement of significance cannot stipulate that a building must not be demolished at all. There are no planning tools that could do this. The way a heritage overlay would work is that in future years, after the planning controls have been reviewed and amended, the developer would put in a proposal. In their proposal, they would have to show council how it doesn't negatively impact on the heritage significance. I've got a question from Marion Harper. Ms. Harper's not here, so I'll read that question. At the ordinary council meeting of May the 18th, 2020, council unanimously carried the following resolution. That council resolves to invite renowned expert on markets, Dr. Jane Stanley, to address councillors and relevant officers as soon as possible at a council briefing, and provides Dr. Stanley with all the relevant materials and reports, including the Preston Market Heritage Review, RBA Architects and Heritage Consultants March 2020 report, Preston Market Options Review, MGS Architects March 2020, and Statement of Significance before the council makes any further decisions on its future position on the Preston market. Given council was asked to take a briefing from Jane Stanley in early 2019 through the Mayor and the CEO, why was the presentation delayed to the point of non-inclusion in the last Preston Market update? Why did council go ahead with further decisions on the future of the Preston market and contradict the undertaking given in the motion? And given statements made in the chamber by a number of councillors, we would like to know why councillors, particularly those who claim to make evidence-based decisions, are so offended when asked by their constituents to consider evidence from experts. Thank you, Ms. Harper, for this question. I'm assuming the request you're referring to for councillors to hear from Dr. Jane Stanley was the question asked by Ms Poletti at the 27th of April 2020 council meeting, not 2019 as written in the question. The presentation from Dr. Stanley took place on the 25th of May council briefing. Whilst we're happy to hear from Dr. Stanley on your recommendation, we did not see any reason to delay council feedback to the VPA on its objectives at this important stage of the process. If we had waited to hear from Dr. Stanley, council would have had to delay providing this update on matters such as heritage report and urban design report and risk the objectives not being fully considered during the preparation of planning controls. There has been no request to hear from an expert put forward by the community that has not been followed up by council. Both Dr. Stanley and the original architect for the Preston Market have attended council briefings following requests from DARDA. That brings me to the end of the questions received prior to the meeting. I now invite any community members who have questions to come up to the lectern. Yes, please come up. If you could just state your name when you come up to the microphone.
My name's Darren Delaportis, Darebin resident, William Street. I have a couple of questions. First one would be the vote to agree with the demolition of the market, from my basic understanding, and I'll apologise because I don't remember which of the mayors I spoke with. It was the one whose number ends in 035, if that helps. I got told Mayor Susan, 0419750035.
Oh, that's me.
You mentioned that it spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm sorry. Just a bit low to bend. You mentioned that we'd spent hundreds of thousands fighting the appeal to demolish the market. Why did you decide to vote yes on the demolition there?
Why did we decide? Sorry, I didn't hear properly.
Why did you personally vote yes in favour of us getting rid of the market?
There was no vote in favour of getting rid of the market, so I think that that's been a significant miscommunication and misinformation. So council voted at its last meeting to ask for a heritage overlay to protect the heritage significance of the market. That was the last motion that we passed on the 18th of May.
I might refer to a statement that's Mr. Greco made on the Darebin Council Facebook page, where he referred to something along the lines of a vote being passed to the market's demolition. So I can be corrected if I'm wrong, but from my understanding, we've basically voted to have the market be demolished for apartments, and then in the statement, if I interpret it correctly, there was the request which he made to have that 10 to 12 story limitation, which you, if I remember correctly, advised me you didn't support because you didn't have supporting documentation from the Victorian Planning Department.
So there was a robust debate at the council meeting on the 18th of May. After that time, there was a great deal of misinformation which was conveyed to the community about the nature of the debate and the nature of decisions that were made. I want to be very clear that at that meeting, council voted for a heritage overlay, or to pursue a heritage overlay, which is to advocate to the VPA for that. Council did not vote in favour of a number of alternative positions put forward by Councillor Greco. There are various and different reasons why council may not have voted for those, but the effect of council's vote, of what council did vote for, was that we are advocating for heritage protection for the market. At the previous planning meeting, council voted to reject the continuation of a planning permit that had been issued by VCAT for 10 and 14 storey buildings on the site. Council rejected the extension of that planning permit. There will be buildings built on the site. That has been a given, and that has been the case for over a decade now. So we know that the site will have some change. The debate that is happening is in relation to the nature of the change And I think you heard from the previous question that there are many views. Those views are neither right nor wrong. They are just different views that this community can and is able to debate. And ultimately, Council has determined that there are a number of features that we want to protect in relation to the market. We have heard very clearly how precious this market is to our community. I shop there myself. And the things that people love and want to protect about the market include the wide walkways and airy feel, the social space, the mix of different stalls, the diversity, the multiculturalism, and some heritage features of the building. We are working to make sure that we protect all of those things in a way that also ensures the viability of the traders.
My next question sort of links in with the market and is sort of separate to my own property. So I might have mentioned I have a property on William Street, and originally I just wanted to do it up nice and pretty, put a couple of units in the backyard, give one to my mum, one to the brother, have the family live on the same block. Thought it would have been nice. Originally that didn't seem very feasible because the front property was too big. So I asked if I could move the front property to the rear of the property, or even to another block on the same street, maybe 6 or 7 blocks down, a vacant block. And I was told that that's not how it works. It doesn't happen that way. Moving it to the rear of my property, I can kind of say okay, because even if it faces a laneway, it doesn't really get a lot of exposure. People don't get to enjoy it that much. But even having the property professionally moved a few blocks over, maintained in its same
I'll ask that you get to the question because
it's coming up.
The question has to be brief.
It's coming up. It's just a comment to say that I think that should be used as precedent for when we consider the heritage overlay or the significance of the market, because if a market which services thousands of people daily is less important than a property which has, or a precinct, William Street precinct, which has maybe hundreds of people a month or a year come through it, it's a bit of a contradiction in my eyes, is the first thing. And then the second one, which is the actual question, I feel that there should probably be a change made to the process in which we use to appeal to council to build properties or changes to our land. Prime example would be...
I'll stop you there because I think we've gone beyond the sort of allowable time for a question. What I'm proposing to do is take on notice the question in relation to your property and the heritage controls in William Street and get someone to follow up with you in relation to that. I would say that there is nothing that connects what happens at the market site with what happens in William Street. So they are two separate issues from a planning point of view. I hear that you would like to make a link, but I can assure you from a planning point of view, those are completely separate matters. And I'll get one of the officers to get your contact details so that they can follow up in relation to your questions about the planning controls in William Street.
Sure. I'd like to add one final thing for the other one.
We've gone over, sorry. Sorry, our time for questions is finished.
Could I make one statement, just given that some members had 8 to 12 minutes of talk time? I think I've only had about 3. I'd keep it under...
Sorry, I'm very sorry. Our meeting takes place according to the governance local laws. So there are quite strict meeting procedure rules. If you have a further question, I would ask that you write that down. Unfortunately, I didn't see the clock and that we've actually gone over time, which means we can't extend. So we're in a difficult position now and I'll seek some advice in relation to that.
Can I ask
if I may, just a point of whether you can exercise your discretion to extend the...
Councillor Greco, I'll check that out. If I have discretion, I'm happy
Mayor,
to...
I'm specifically asking, please don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. No. I'm specifically asking whether you can exercise your discretion in extending the question time. Thank you.
I'd kindly request if we could vote for another 90 seconds.
Through Mayor Rennie, I would use your discretion for a minute.
For the whole question?
Well, just for a minute, I would use your discretion to extend it.
No, I'm getting further advice, I'm sorry. Our governance law is very strict and doesn't actually leave me a great deal of discretion. So I'm going to actually check out what the governance local law says.
While you're looking that up, I might just make a statement.
Go ahead.
With my...
Please respect our processes. I know it's frustrating, but I'm dealing with a governance local law issue, so
That's fine.
I want to do it justice.
That's okay.
There's no point in asking a question when I'm not listening.
It's okay. I might just make a statement to my mother while you do that, if that's okay.
Through you, Mayor Rennie. So the local law is very clear. It says public question time will not exceed 30 minutes in duration unless extended by resolution, in which case it may be only extended for one period of 30 minutes. It is the reason why it's important that preambles are not provided and people just ask questions. So it's not possible for the Mayor to use discretion in this instance. I would encourage you to, the General Manager of the planning area is just there, Rachel Olivier, so she's very happy to take your details and talk to you about the issues that you've got to raise tonight.
Thanks.
No worries.
Thank you. To any other member of the community who wish to ask a question tonight, I sincerely apologise that our local law enables for one extension of time. We've had that extension of time. I will endeavour in the future to try and make it even more clear that preambles not only are not required, but they actually mean that we exclude the ability of other community members to ask questions as well. So if you have come tonight with a question that you would like to ask, I'll ask some staff to make it clear that they're available to get that question from you and that we will get an answer to you from any question that you haven't been able to ask this evening.
Mayor Rennie, I have a point of clarification I'd like to seek. In the answer to some of your questions, particularly the last question, you made reference to misinformation and misrepresentation. And I just want to be clear whether that misinformation and misrepresentation, you are specifically making reference to my comments or you're making reference to some other comments. Because if you are making reference to my comments, I object to that, and I would ask you to withdraw those statements of misinformation and misrepresentation in regards to my comments.
Councillor Greco, I did not attribute misinformation to any person. If you considered that it might apply to your comments, that says more about what you might feel about your comments. I did not attribute...
Mayor Rennie, can I just ask you to observe
No, Councillor Greco, please
point
take
of order,
your seat.
Madam Mayor, can I ask you to observe some courtesy in responding to your questions? I've asked the question sincerely, and I expect a sincere
So, Councillor
answer.
Greco, I didn't actually hear a point of order there, and I sincerely gave you an answer which was to reiterate that I did not attribute misinformation to any person. Thank you, councillors. We'll continue on with the meeting tonight. Item 6 is petitions. There are no petitions listed, so we'll now move to item 7, consideration of reports. And the first report for consideration is the draft Darebin Libraries and Learning Strategy. Councillor Williams.
Thank you.
So you're moving the motion as listed?
I am moving the motion.
Thank you. Before you start speaking, I'll just see if there's a seconder. Oh, we do have questions. Thank you, councillors, for that reminder. Councillor Williams, I had accepted you as the mover. I'll come back to you. But firstly, councillors, does anyone have a question of the officers? A question. Councillor Greco.
I just had two quick questions. One question is that I just want to clarify whether in the report, in regards to the libraries, what level and what types of activities will be undertaken in regards to our multicultural community. And secondly, I just want to get a clearer and firmer understanding in relation to the proportion of funding regarding LOTE materials.
Thank you for those questions. Through you, Mayor Rennie. So as far as the level and types of activities for our multicultural community, we intend to do a lot more work in that space. So our focus moving forward as part of this strategy is actually to work more closely in partnership with our community organisations and actual individual community members as part of our multicultural community to make sure that we are co-designing the programs, the services and the collections that we provide through the library, but also the lifelong learning activities that we undertake as a council. As far as the proportion of funding for our LOTE collections, that is currently sitting at 20% of our collection budget. I'm really pleased to let you know that we will be launching a Spanish collection and a Macedonian collection in the upcoming months, and that remains a focus for Darebin Libraries to make sure that we have an appropriate level of community language collections.
Thank you for those answers. Councillors, are there further questions? Okay. Councillor Williams, you'd indicated that you'd like to move the officer's recommendation. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor McCarthy. Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say, firstly, a huge thank you to our officers for this report and for the many, many, many hours that I know that we've spent together at meetings and particularly all those after-hours sessions. What actually started off over 3 years ago was actually 2 reference groups, which was the Darebin Library Strategy Reference Group and the Lifelong Learning Strategy Reference Group. The libraries are very much a learning places where individuals, community groups, story time, play groups all come together. And learning strategy is the outcome that shows we can continue learning throughout our entire lives. It became obvious that there was quite some similarities between the 2 reference groups and the representation that the direction of the reference groups were overlapping in the outcomes, as they overlapped in many areas of including wellbeing, the equity, age and disabilities, just to name a few. And with the consultation of 30 library and team members and leaders of those teams, over 1,000 community members taking part of survey feedback, including local high schools, leisure centres and senior group, pensioners, La Trobe Uni. To date, the consultation was based on 2 reference groups, and what is in front of us here tonight is to endorse a draft of the combined 2 reference group that has evolved into the Darebin Strategies and Learning Strategy 2020-24. As you can see, the libraries and learning actually start from conception right through to the end of life for all ages, all backgrounds and all nationalities.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I support everything that Councillor Williams has said and also would thank the officers for all the time that's gone into this and probably preempt the consultation that's going to take place by emphasising a point that I think our library officers and library team and lifelong learning team know only too well, which is that libraries remain one of the top, if not often the top, most favoured ranked services that councils provide. And it's no surprise to us because we know the rich value of resource that libraries are, not just in terms of the texts and other resources that they provide, but also the social connection that they facilitate. And that's why the connection with the lifelong learning work is so important, because for people to feel connected and to feel part of a community, it's in fact often in these places where that starts to occur if that hasn't been their experience in the past. Which is why some of the initiatives and approaches that are outlined in the strategy are so important and so relevant to the work going forward. Tonight we are considering the adoption of the draft for it to go out to consultation with the community, and it's the sort of piece of work which generally we don't get thousands of responses because it's not controversial, but we should get a lot of responses because it is so important. And that's why I encourage everyone here who is with us here tonight, whether in the gallery or online, or who follows up later on to see the sort of issues that Council's tackling, to please show your engagement with the work of our library, because we really need to hear from you. There is a lot of forward-thinking and research that has gone into this strategy, but it's really important that we continue to demonstrate that incredible value. I won't go through point by point what's in the strategy, but it does respond to the current and emerging circumstances that we find ourselves in, which is that we have a community with a range of needs. We need to respond to those, and a library
10 seconds.
is a fantastic place to do that.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Are there further speakers? No, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you, and my thanks and congratulations to the team on such a great job.
Thank you.
That brings us to item 7.2, the waste and recycling strategy. That's moved by... sorry, I'm jumping ahead. I'll first ask for the relevant officers to come up and see if we have any questions. Thank you. Councillors, does anyone have any questions? Councillor Messina.
During this particular strategy, there were some items that were for current action and then intermediary action. Can you, for the purpose of this particular report, describe the preferences and why one was more necessary than the other, please? Not just as a general overview.
We did that in light of COVID-19. So basically the current actions are those that were already underway or could continue in the current circumstances. And then once things return to normal, we can pick up on the intermediate actions. So it was things that we had to just sort of reset a little bit in light of the lockdown situation.
Right, thank you.
Councillors, any further questions? Now seek a motion. Councillor Messina.
I'm happy to endorse the officer's recommendation.
Okay, so to move the officer's recommendation, is there a seconder for that? Councillor McCarthy, thank you. Councillor Messina.
Firstly, I want to thank the officers for the many, many hours in putting this together and to acknowledging our areas of concern when we had so many briefings. To the community who participated, we thank you. We thank you for your knowledge, especially with so many experts that we have here in Darebin. Waste is a resource, and it's time that the state and the federal government undertook some of these initiatives. Often the media tell us councillors to focus on roads, rates and rubbish. Well, I say rubbish to that because we all know that services from the cradle to the grave is what we do. So let's talk about waste. We've been awaiting for the report from the circular economy from the state government. And whilst we can all get excited about container deposit schemes, let's get real. When they say they'll be available, CDS are a sorting system mechanism that doesn't include wine bottles or containers over 1 litre. I guess many people don't know that. We all know the implications of the China sewer policy and the SKM closures that have resulted in many, many thousands of tonnes of Metro Melbourne-wide waste to end up in landfill. What a disaster. But the truth about the infrastructure is that the state and federal government failed to address the real sources of the problems. Limited players in the recycling sector, voluntary legislation actions not mandatory, and the financial burdens on council. And in fact, we should be addressing the source of the product development, and that's what we've been advocating for. Product stewardship. The onus at the moment is directed at the consumers and at councils. The banning of plastic bags, what a debacle by the supermarkets, ban the bag, but only if it's its particular specification. So what has occurred is that landfill problem increases. I could talk about hours for waste, but this policy acknowledges a couple of things that are not addressed by the state government. That is textile waste, the fast fashion, which is problematic. So let's get strategic, and this is what this does. And we need to push advocacy and progressive actions that we're currently doing. We need to focus on illegal dumping rubbish, which is what this like. And my dislike, the failure to address waste management services on multi-unit developments and consumer behavioural change, which is what our policy has done. And I'm happy that we address this particular state. This needs urging addressing, and we're going to get real, state government. COVID-19 is an excuse to halt our circular economy. First, I urge residents and ratepayers to utilise the food waste bin. It's 38% of your waste. and all you need to do is book it in. It's your waste. We use a waste hierarchy, and to make it essential, ensure that we educate our own self and consumers to what waste really is, because waste does matter. It matters socially, economically, and also environmentally, and not just for climate emergency purposes, but purposes that affect our waterways, because it does lead into the ocean. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Messina. Councillor McCarthy.
I'll reserve my right for the moment.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I would like to move an amendment in relation to this particular item.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Greco.
I hope that the amendment will come up on the board, on the screen.
Councillor Greco, if I could get you to confirm that the words in red are the amendment that you seek to move.
Yep, spot on.
Thank you. I'll ask first the mover and the seconder if they accept that amendment.
I have some questions of the officers before I accept those amendments, please.
Okay, we'll have a question. Councillor Messina.
Through you, Mayor Rennie. My questions relate to the implication currently and the work in progress and the budget implications on, and I'd really like to get some clarity about what consideration of collection frequency. Is Councillor Greco suggesting weekly or fortnightly?
The officers can't ask what Councillor Greco might be suggesting, so if you could keep your question very short.
Okay.
So,
at the moment, it's currently in the strategy. So we did not make it an immediate action, an urgent action, but an intermediary action. Can you please explain why?
So with that, we think that would require fairly extensive community consultation, and we would like to include face-to-face consultation in that, which is why it's in the intermediate column rather than the current.
Okay.
Thank you.
Based on that, I'm not happy to accept that.
Happy to accept that?
Not happy to accept.
Not happy to accept it. No, thank you. So, Councillor Greco, your amendment has not been accepted, so you can seek a seconder for that amendment. Thank you. Councillor Williams has indicated willingness to second the amendment. So, Councillor Greco, you may speak to the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Look, just in relation to this amendment, and just to dispel some confusion about it, what the amendment tries to do is actually try to put upfront our work in regards to looking at the issue of frequency in regards to increase in regards to food and green waste, and also in relation to the second point about litter and dumped rubbish reduction strategies in our city. I note that in the report, these were two items, particularly two items, which received a lot of attention from our community. And we've also had discussions in-house in regards to these items most recently, and particularly around the dumping of rubbish issue. It's a long-standing issue here in our city, particularly with the increase in developments, multi-storey developments that we have in our city. So what I've tried to do through this amendment is just to, if you like, recalibrate the work that the strategy has embarked itself on in terms of addressing up front, so that we can start really looking at these two particular issues and start doing work on them as quickly as we can, and prepare the preparatory work so that we can actually start to address those types of issues and start to consult and talk to people around how to deal with both the food waste and also with the dumping. I think it's important that we do this, particularly because we have a very ambitious waste strategy. And it's really exciting that it is ambitious. There's a lot of stuff in there. There's a roadmap of all the various things that we need to do. And down the line, there'll be a lot of difficult decisions that we will have to make. And I believe that if we if we address some of the issues that are of most concern to our community, it's a way of getting our community on board on the ground level and creating a bit of confidence with our community, and also like that we could take our community through the journey of perhaps in future how we may have to change or review some of our waste management approaches. So I think by addressing these two particular issues, we can get some quick runs on the board and show to our community that we're listening and we're trying to respond as quickly and as practically as we can to their requests, and really just demonstrating our willingness to really unravel and unpack the whole issue of waste management in our city.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillor Williams.
Yes, thank you. We have had briefings previously in how we could actually involve more in recycling and to ensure that we can use our green waste in better ways. We have already previously experimented in a group and it was quite successful. I'd like to see, obviously, with Councillor Greco's, what he's trying to endure here is trying to get council more on board, that we can get this ball rolling a lot quicker. We know that other municipalities are starting to also do this process. So instead of going to fortnightly green waste pickup, we will be going to weekly, and your normal hard rubbish will be going, sorry, not hard rubbish, but your normal rubbish will be going to fortnightly. So it's not much of a difference, but just a bit of a change, but it will involve the community to alter their way they throw their rubbish out. And I think it's a good way going forward, considering that if we're of a council that we're looking at doing better in our waste management, I think this would be a great way to start.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I'd like to speak in opposition to the amendment. So, as our officers said, there is an aspect to this consultation that needs to be in person, and we are still under restrictions with COVID-19. So, while we do have current actions, intermediate actions and long-term directions in our strategy, these things are here. So considering the collection frequency to intake, uptake of food and green waste and developing litter and dump rubbish campaigns, they're in there. It's just that we can't do them at the moment because we can't do face-to-face consultations. So to me, it doesn't make sense to have them as an urgent action when it's not possible to do that face-to-face consultation.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. Are there any further speakers? No further speakers to the amendment. We'll put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour? And against? In relation to voting for the amendment, Councillors Greco and Williams voted for the amendment. Councillor Newton, Lesurf, Messina, McCarthy and Rennie voted against the amendment. We'll now return debate on the substantive motion. We've heard from the mover. Are there any further speakers? The seconder has reserved his rights. There are no further speakers. Councillor McCarthy, would you like to exercise your right?
Thanks, Mayor. I'd just like to first of all acknowledge the terrific work of our officers in putting this together, and also Councillor Messina in particular, who, as we all know, is an incredible advocate for action on waste and action on the circular economy, and has a leadership role in the sector in relation to this space. So I think we need to acknowledge that, because whilst we feel that we are an agenda-leading council in a whole lot of areas, I feel that that commitment has only become stronger in this term through that advocacy that Councillor Messina has brought to the table. So thank you very much for that, Councillor. It would be great to do everything here as a matter of urgency, and I think that there's no question here, there is not a single action that is listed in the action plan that is not important. What is really important, though, is that we understand those things that we can do now, those quick wins that we can do straight away and in the coming months while we are in lockdown, while we are still experiencing restrictions. And just to give some context, this strategy and this piece of work has been both developed over a long period of time, but has been reworked in the very current context we find ourselves in, because waste is not a problem of inanimate objects. It is a problem based on behaviours and systems. And the behaviours and systems that need to change require engagement, and that engagement requires giving people the chance to actually be in that conversation. There are some incredibly bold initiatives here and some long-term directions which are going to be challenging for our community, and I would ask councillors to consider seriously that in going down this path we must stay the course. If we are to be a city that has zero dumped rubbish, then that requires the sort of intensification of resource allocation to that process in coming future years. So I applaud everything that's in this. I think it's a fantastic piece of work, and I really hope the councillors can get behind it.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. I'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Once again, thank you to Rachel and Michelle and the whole team for that work. We'll now move to item 7.3, the electoral advertising signage and electioneering policy. I'll ask that the relevant staff come up in the event there are any questions. Thank you, Mr Mann. Councillors, are there any questions in relation to this agenda item? There are no questions. Is there a motion? Councillor Messina? You moving the motion as recommended?
Yep.
Thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Lassurf, thank you. Councillor Messina.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I'm happy to endorse the advertising or this particular policy. It's a policy for candidates to follow. It's clear, concise and transparent. The policy applies to all signages on council land and buildings, and it formulates part of our rule book. So it's not only for us as councillors to show that transparency, but it's also for any future candidates that want to nominate. Nothing more to add.
Thank you, Councillor Messina. Councillor
Thank you for putting it together. Sorry.
Councillor Lassurf.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Just, I guess, to add to Councillor Messina's comments, this policy is a collection of existing positions that we have either within our planning scheme, our general local law, matters relating to litter under the Environment Protection Act, as well as the election period policy. And so I think it provides, I guess, a very clear and concise document that outlines the expectations for candidates during the election in terms of their material and how they conduct themselves, particularly on publicly owned land. Obviously, as councillors, we've all read this policy, and I do hope that any candidate running for the election makes themselves familiar with this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lassurf. Are there any further speakers? There are none. I'll therefore put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr Mann and Ms Bishop, for your work on that policy. Councillors, we'll now move to item 7.4, the Open Space Levy Planning Scheme Amendment. I'll ask that relevant staff come up in the event that there are any questions. Councillors, do you have any questions of the team? Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Look, I have one really key question. And the question is, given the tight time frames that we have associated with the amendment process, can we get some indication from our officers on the confidence levels that we have in achieving the completion of the implementation plan, and so that we can, in a timely way, present that to the panel and achieve our objective by October next year.
Ms Jordan or colleague? Yep.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Rennie. We're in a really fortunate position to have received the Monash panel report at this point, so we know which parts of the amendment have been supported and which parts need further support. So we have the sort of clear guidance from Monash to inform our future work. We are also So we're planning to develop the implementation plan for the rest of this year and then go to exhibition in February of next year. And that we believe that that's achievable. The implementation plan has already commenced. We've got officers working on that already in the city design team. So we feel confident that that work can be done in time to exhibit next year.
I just had a second question, if I may. I just want to also get an understanding, and I think it would be a benefit to all councillors, is can you estimate when the Monash application will be finalised in the near future? Will it be finalised, I would assume, before October next year? So have you got a timeline on where Monash are going to be placed in terms of their application process?
We don't have a clear time frame of where Monash is, but we are working with those officers or liaising with those officers to see how they're approaching the implementation plan. They are ahead of us in the process in that they've already had a panel hearing. I guess it would depend on how long it takes them to prepare their implementation plan. So they may be a few months ahead of us, or we may catch up to them.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? No, I'll therefore seek a motion. Councillor McCarthy.
Mayor, I'd like to move the officer's recommendation as listed in the agenda.
Thank you for that. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Newton. Thank you. Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you also to our officers for bringing this to us in a timely fashion, particularly given the circumstances in relation to Monash City Council and the advice that they have received through their process with the planning panel. Councillors, what we have before us is effectively a mechanism through which we are seeking additional time to build the strength of our case, given what we have learnt in relation to what is very much an emerging piece of work in relation to the planning environment. Both Darebin and Monash councils have embarked on something, although from slightly different perspectives, but embarked on something that has not been done before. And we need to recognise that this is emerging work that, should it get over the line, will cause a ripple effect throughout the local government sector, because it will be the first time that any local government has been able to achieve an open space levy at 10%, which is well beyond what is currently allowable for most councils. We know, and our own research shows, that Darebin's open space requirements actually exceed that 10% that we've identified. However, we also recognise the challenges that we will face, and the challenges we are already facing, as councillors would be aware from the opposing submissions to this approach from other parties who do not want to see a 10% open space levy applied to development. So we need to be really strong and robust in our arguments. We need to have looked at what is happening with the Monash case, which is a little bit further ahead than us in terms of the process, and where possible, learn from that quickly so that we do not fail, but in fact succeed with what is an incredibly important process for this city's future in terms of providing the money that is required to secure and upgrade the green open space that our residents deserve. I would note that there has, in this debate, been arguments put forward by councillors, in some cases, of actually going higher than the 10%. And I think those of us that said, no, 10% is actually already a bit of a stretch in this planning environment, have been validated in making that argument, because whilst I would love to see an open space levy that is significantly higher, we see the challenges that are ahead. So the course of action that's proposed here is really to obviously recognise that the Property Council has weighed in relation to this, and for Council to formally respond, for Council to seek a delay to the panel hearing process, and of course also for officers to keep doing that work that we've just heard about, which is so critical to build the case, particularly in relation to the implementation, which we understand now is a critical point for consideration by the planning panel. So I endorse what we have in this report, and I wish our officers and our community the best of luck in us getting this over the line.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. So I support what Councillor McCarthy has said, and I was just thinking about my own experience recently moving back to a place that is near the Merry Creek. So I can get there in about 3 minutes or so, and while we've been on lockdown, to have access to the creek and to open space nearby that's been very busy has been absolutely incredible, and I really hope that if we can go forward and if we can be successful in future with our open space levy, then that will be something that everyone can enjoy, to have open space near where they live. And I think even since we did breathing space, the open space strategy, I think the pandemic has just shown us how incredibly important it is to have open space nearby. I know for me, I started to feel really stir crazy being in town, and I'm really glad that we've been able to go out a little bit further, but I can't emphasise how important it is to have that open space. I think this is the right way forward. I think that we're fortunate that Monash has gone ahead of us, that we know what's happened with them and what we can revise. I'm still really very supportive of getting as close to 10% as we can, and I think this is a good way forward. And I think we just have to go step by step from here. I also want to acknowledge too that I think we are in a different space than we were 6 months ago in terms of development in Darebin. I know that there are people that are struggling at the moment who might have been thinking about developing, and we don't want to hinder that. But I just think that our overall aim of having open space for everyone nearby is so crucial.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. Are there any further speakers?
Mayor Rennie, I have an amendment that I would like to move in relation
Certainly.
to this item.
We'll get that up on the screen. Councillor Greco, can you confirm that the words in red are the amendment you intend to move? That's great, thank you. I'll ask firstly, are there any questions in relation to that proposed amendment?
Mayor, if I can just ask, if I can get a view in relation to point 5, the reference to the now narrower statutory timeframe. I just want to make sure that we're accurate if we were to consider this, whether that is an accurate statement.
Thank you. I'll ask Ms Jordan, perhaps.
Thanks for the question. Through you, Mayor Rennie. In terms of the statutory timeframes, they're set out in the Planning and Environment Act, and it allows a 2-year timeframe from original exhibition to council adoption. Sorry, to stand up. Now that timeframe, we can apply for an extension to that through the department, through DELP, and we've been advised that the manager that deals with Darebin amendments has delegation to approve that, and it's been indicated to us that if we were to apply for an extension, it would be approved under these circumstances. So it's not a large risk, or even really it's a small risk. It's basically we've been communicated with that it would be approved. So there's not a 2-year statutory timeframe limit as such. That's we're not being squeezed by timeframes.
Thank you for that answer. I'll ask the mover and seconder if they accept the amendment.
Mayor, I'm happy to accept it, but the wording has a problem if it's not reflective of what the office has
So
just
the
reported.
amendment,
So-
if there's a problem in the wording, then don't accept it, because the amendment is the amendment. So, Councillor Newton, do you have a question?
Yes. It might be a governance question rather than a specific subject matter question. So, point 5 talks about a briefing, which looks okay, but what I'm concerned about is that point 6 implies that it's going to happen, so we'll help develop an implementation plan. So I was wondering if I could get some advice on the wording and if that implies something will happen, rather than calling for a briefing.
Ms Olivier?
Through you, Mayor Rennie. My view would be that essentially what you're deciding today is about how to move forward, and so after the decision today, you would be implementing it. I think in regards to point 6, many of the aspects of implementing this strategy, we're absolutely intending to consult with our advisory committees, probably some others as well as the one that's named in the amendment, but that doesn't cause a concern for me.
Thank you.
On that basis, I'm happy to accept it, but I just would note a concern with the wording, but that's fine.
Councillor Newton, do you accept the amendment?
On officer advice, happy to accept.
Thank you. Councillor Greco, your amendment has been accepted, so it now forms part of the motion. I'll ask if there are any further speakers to the motion.
I'd like to speak to the
Certainly.
motion. Thank you. And I thank the mover and the seconder for accepting the amendment, because I think the amendment actually just makes it a little bit more clear in terms of what the journey before us is going to be. At the outset, I'd just like to commend our officers for the work that they've done. Yes, it's untravelled terrain in where we're moving. Fortunately, we have somebody just a few steps ahead of us that is able to sort of shine the light on what to expect. And I think we have to count ourselves lucky in that respect, that there is a Monash Council that has actually made an application and before us, using the same methodology and the same approach in regards to establishing a higher levy than what we've seen in the state of Victoria. So having said that, I'm looking forward to the work that needs to be done, and I really think that we really need to really pull up our socks and do, because that will require, from what I understand and from what I've read, it's a huge piece of work that needs to be done, and also that work is required because this is our big shot at something that we're going to try to achieve, and we can't go in there with half-baked theories or half-baked ideas. It really has to be robust and convincing to the panel, and then finally for the minister, hopefully to sign off on. The other point that also needs to be made is that I'm hoping that through the implementation plan as it gets developed, is that given that we have a gap between the 10% that we're requesting and the 18% that we've identified, is that the implementation plan will actually allude to even going beyond, possibly, or indicating what we beyond the 10%, which I think will help to strengthen our argument with the panel, which is different to the Monash's case, where they've gone for 10% because their gap is 10%. So I look forward for the future work that will come back to us.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Are there further speakers? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much to the team for all your work on that. Councillors, that brings us to item 7.5, intention to declare a special charge solar saver residential.
We're waiting for
Ms Olivia is here to answer any questions. Are there any questions? There are none, so I'll seek a mover. Councillor Lasserf, thank you. Moving the officer recommendation. Can I just confirm? Yep. And a seconder, Councillor McCarthy. Thank you. Councillor Lasserf.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I seem to be the person who regularly moves this motion, so I won't go over old ground. But as always, it is lovely to see a solar saver agenda item, which means that the program is running and there are people in our community who are interested in our assistance in putting solar panels on their roofs. In this batch, there are an additional 41 residents with 189 kilowatts of solar panels that will be installed. So this motion is to signal our intent to declare a special charge on those properties. As we've discussed, I guess, over the last however many council meetings, there has been a slowdown in the Solar Savers program due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but I am glad that there are a number of residents in our community who are wishing and willing to go forward with this. And it does, as we discussed in the draft budget, become more difficult for us to provide this assistance in forward years with the restrictions that might come. So it's good to see that we're getting as many residents through while we have the budget available to us this financial year. I guess just to a point to finish on is that we're really pleased that we have already exceeded the target that we set ourselves in the council plan of doubling solar power in Darebin from 18 to 36. But we also did set ourselves a target that we wanted to install 4,000 residents to have new solar panels as well. So we still have some work to do on that target, and I'm looking forward to seeing progress on that as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Lassurf. Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. Support everything that Councillor Lassurf has said, and just to add, in addition to obviously doubling the solar generation in relation to this particular batch of 41 residential installations, this will result in 189 kilowatts of solar which will be added to our mix, so it gets us a little bit further along the spectrum, and will result in a greenhouse gas saving of 278 tonnes of CO2. So a terrific outcome, and as always, big congratulations to those households that have joined Solar Savers, the solar community in Darebin, and will be benefiting from this forward-thinking program.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Are there any further speakers? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We'll now move to item 7.6, traffic management around schools in Darebin. I'll ask the relevant staff to come up. Hello, Mr Middlemast. Good to see you this evening. Are there any questions? Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Look, I just had one question, which goes also to a change that I want to include in the recommendation, and that is in relation to the consultation process. Because of the COVID-19 restrictions, I note that the report says that there won't be any face-to-face consultation, and I just want to get an understanding from our officers how much that will compromise the consultation process.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Rennie. We thought really hard about the engagement plan when we were putting it together, and we feel that because we've already met the community on 2 evenings, we've met them in person, we've heard their issues and concerns, we feel like getting information from them through the post and in via the online website it would be effective. And if the concept plans were to be endorsed by council, we would be engaging those immediately affected properties directly before any changes were made in front of their places, so that we could make any small adjustments to suit their needs.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any further questions? There are no further questions, so I'll seek a motion. Councillor Greco.
Mayor Rennie, I have a motion which is part of the recommendation with an additional dot point.
Certainly, we'll get that up. That's listed as an amendment, but we'll actually say that's not an amendment, that's a motion. So, councillors, ignore the word amendment. This is the motion Councillor Greco is proposing. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Newton. Councillor Greco.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Rennie. Look, first of all, I'd like to thank the officers. It's a massive amount of work that's been done, and it stretches quite some time back to 2018, where there were in-face community consultations, some of them of which I attended at the in Keon Park. So, and it's good to see that discussion and that has now flowed through and actually come to life in a report, to actually start to propose some practical alternatives in regards to rat running in those particular areas, and also in regards to how we can improve the traffic management around schools in Darebin. I'd just like to point out that the work that has been done, it's very comprehensive, it's very detailed, and I'm really glad that this will be going out for community consultation, because I think the community has the expectation now, after the consultation has occurred, what that has actually translated into in terms of specific proposals, if you like, street by street, in the and I'm referring here to the Cheddar Road area. And I note in the report again. There are lots of treatments that have been considered, and those treatments will have an enormous impact for the people that are in the vicinity of those treatments, but also will have a greater impact in improving the traffic management around that particular precinct, if you like. Also, I'd like to point out that in the time that I've been on council, when you look at all the community surveys, the thing that is on top of the list is usually traffic management issues. And they're the issues about rat running, they're the issues about traffic treatments, issues about car speeding on particular streets and things like that. And here we have a systemic approach to actually trying to deal with some of those issues and doing that whilst engaging the community. So I really look forward to hearing what the community has to say on the practical proposals that we'll be putting forward, and then like that we can actually move forward to actually try and implement some of these things. I'd just like to make a few comments in relation to the final point that I put there. I was just very concerned when I was reading this, is that because of the level of engagement that the community wants with these particular projects, is that I'm asking in that third point that we make a special effort to communicate with the residents of that particular area so that they can actually be engaged in the process of providing feedback on things that they will be seeing if they are finally
That's time.
implemented.
Thank you, Councillor Greco.
That they'll be seeing taking place in their neighbourhood.
Thank you. Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. So I support this proposal, and I thank Councillor Greco for ensuring that we have extra efforts made to do consultation under the restrictions that we're experiencing. So this is one of these things where we do know that car usage goes up as you go further north, and that there are absolutely pockets here where you're not close to public transport. It's not easy to get around any other way but by car. We've seen too with Streets for People up in Broadhurst how what people want up there, but also what people see as possible up there is quite different to what you see in the south of the municipality. What I really liked about reading about Cheddar Road and the work that's been done there is the maps and just the way that this is quite a systemic approach that really looks at the speeds that are happening, looks at where we need to focus our impact. And I know I really agree with Councillor Greco, this is something that comes up a lot in that area. It can be quite dangerous around Cheddar and Dole, as well as near the schools. So I'm really, really pleased to see this. I know it's a really important thing for this community, and I'm looking forward to see what they say from here. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. Are there any further speakers? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. We'll now move to item 7.7, the Commonwealth Home Support Program Offer of Funding Extension. I'll ask the relevant officers to come up to the front.
Excuse me, Mayor, I'd like to report my conflict, mention my conflict. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Messina. Yes?
I have a conflict with this particular item because I work in the aged care industry and my organisation provides home support packages. Therefore, I would like to record my conflict and leave the room.
Thank you, Councillor Messina. We'll just wait while you leave. Councillors, I remind you this is the item on the agenda that we also had an earlier submission from a community member too. So does anyone have any questions of the officers? Councillor McCarthy, was that?
No, I think it's fine.
Okay. If there are no questions, I'll seek to know if there's a motion. Councillor Greco.
Mayor Rennie, I'd like to move this, but I have an alternate motion which should appear on the screen soon.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. We'll get that up on screen. Councillor Greco, if you could confirm that's the motion you wish to move. Thank you. I'll ask if there's a seconder for that.
Not a seconder. I just wish to ask a question before it's seconded.
Yes, I'll take a question now, given that it's not the motion that's been recommended. So, Councillor McCarthy.
Just looking at the motion, and I've got a printed copy here as well, the point 6 refers to a report coming to Council in August 2020. Can I just confirm that is caretaker period, that any council meeting in August would actually be in caretaker period for Council?
Thank you. I might refer that to Ms Wilkinson.
Just a point of clarification, if I may, Mayor. I meant to change that to, because I received an email from the CEO, I meant to change that to July so that it would not interfere with the caretaker period.
Okay.
So if I could just ask for leave from you, just to make that correction.
Okay, so I'm happy to grant that leave, that we substitute the word August for July. The question then might come up in relation to whether that's achievable. But Councillor McCarthy, do you have a question now you'd like to ask?
Well, it goes to that point, which is point 6, if I'm reading it correctly, requests. I'm sort of reading it as it's a report on a comprehensive advocacy strategy. So if I'm correct in understanding, is the strategy supposed to be developed by July? And if I can find out from our officers, is that a realistic time frame for what is actually going to be an effective strategy to be developed literally in a matter of weeks?
Okay, thank you for that question, Councillor McCarthy. Ms McGrath.
Through you, Mayor Rennie, it would be very, very tight for it to be anything of a substantive nature. The other thing if I may point out, on 4 and 5, the date is incorrect. It should be 30th of June 2020.
That's just a typo.
Okay, we'll just take that as a correction that I think we can make. Thank you, Ms McGrath. Thank you for answering that question. Councillors, are there any other questions? No. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Williams. Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Look, I'm really pleased that that we will be able to sign up to get an extension for the funds to come forward in relation to the Commonwealth Home Support Program, and that the federal government is actually enabling the block funding to continue for a further 2 years. It's really telling at the moment, given the COVID-19 crisis that we went through, and we heard it tonight from one of the members of the gallery, how it's important that Council has an aged care unit and aged care officers, and that they've been instrumental in providing support and assistance to our ageing community. And Council's been able to do this because of the staff that we have, unlike many other agencies that are either run for profit or NGOs that have had to lay off staff in relation to the COVID-19 crisis, and which then has had a detrimental effect in turn to the ageing community, given that Council was able to, and thanks to the organisation, able to shift staff around and actually utilise those staff to continue to support our ageing community in these particular stressful times. So I'm looking forward for another 2 years. We've got about 2,300 clients that we deal with, and it'll be good to actually communicate that to the clients, that the service, Council will be continuing to provide this service for the next 2 years. The motion also goes on to talk about how we really should be looking at how we can extend this service and extend the block funding and beyond the 30th of June 2022. And that's why it suggests that we write to the Minister for Aged Care Services, already making it clear up front that we would like this service to continue, and also that we write to the Shadow Minister and also to Jed Carney, because I noticed that Jed Carney, who's a local MP, is the Shadow Minister assisting the Shadow Minister for aged care services. And from what I've known, Jed Carney is quite sympathetic to the idea of councils continuing on with block funding. So I think we can start to have a bit of an impact in relation to advocating, hopefully, for the continuation of block funding to maintain our high-quality aged care service. And then the final point that in relation to receiving a report, what I envisage from this report is basically a framework report.
10 seconds.
Yep, a framework report that outlines to us what sort of strategy we need to put in place into the future leading up
That's
to
time.
the expiration of this next round of block funding.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillor Williams.
Yes, thank you. To me, this is a no-brainer. We've had, obviously, an issue regarding a major crisis in our city, and it's affected particularly our elderly and our most vulnerable in our community. We've had some wonderful people in our community, including our local minister, Jed Carney, who have had contacted many hundreds of people who are vulnerable in our community to see what she and her services can help provide those who are most vulnerable. We've had places like the Bridge, we've had the North Community Church that have been involved, and many, many other wonderful community people that have actually helped those who are vulnerable. In reference to this, I really honour my fellow councillor for putting this up, because I think that we need to not forget, and we need to continue to ensure that we are looking after the aged care and we haven't forgotten them. I think that if we don't go that extra step in continuing this service and support, they will fall in those gaps. And it's important that we continue to do what we have to as a council, which is obviously helping our community. In reference to the reason why I believe that this should be really continued, we've personally been involved in the NDIS. I've seen a huge number of people that have fallen in the NDIS due to the pandemic crisis. And the government has automatically extended and reviewed people's that are coming up for review to extend all their plans automatically. So I think that I look forward to seeing what the results are from this, and hopefully that my fellow councillors can vote a yes to this.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Are there any further speakers? Councillor McCarthy.
I'd just like to propose an amendment to the motion, Mayor.
Yes.
Which would be the deletion of the words in July 2020, so that it would, point 6 would simply read, receives a report on a comprehensive advocacy strategy, and then as it runs.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. I'll just ask that the officers delete the words in July 2020 so that we're clear. And I'll ask now the mover and the seconder if they accept that amendment.
I can't accept that.
No, thank you. I'll therefore ask if there's a seconder for the amendment. That's been seconded by Councillor Lasserf. Councillor McCarthy, you may speak to the amendment.
Thanks, Mayor. Of course, I support everything that Councillor Greco has up on screen there, and I commend him for taking the initiative in relation to the advocacy side of this. But if we're going to do advocacy, we actually want to get an outcome, and if we want to get an outcome, we actually need to provide the time that's required to do that work. And a time frame, the original time frame of August, receiving a report in August for council to try and consider when it is in what is effectively caretaker period, means that we cannot act on that report because we are not in a position really to make commitments to advocacy agenda. To ask officers to prepare a comprehensive advocacy strategy as is listed up there, which I fully support as Councillor Greco has proposed, and to expect that to be on the council agenda, to be given public notice as per our governance local law, all those things that we would expect with any comprehensive piece of work, and to do that piece of work and to say that that would happen by July, which is what the substantive motion lists at the moment, I don't think is realistic or reasonable, and is certainly not likely to get the outcome that Councillor Greco is aiming for. So I'm seeking to support Councillor Greco's motivation here, but by just simply removing the reference to a specific month and working on the basis that the direction is pretty clear in this recommendation, in this motion, which is we want a comprehensive advocacy strategy around this issue. Let's get it right. Let's actually allow the officers time to do that work, to consult with the relevant stakeholders, and I would say actually learn from what we get back from those key stakeholders, because the reality is if we are writing to the Minister and the Shadow Minister, and in this case the local member who has a shadow portfolio, we're going to get a pretty good idea about where the gaps are and where the pinch points are in our advocacy, so that we can actually be highly responsive. We don't know what that advocacy strategy will say, but let's give it the time to actually develop it properly.
Thank you. Councillor Lasserf.
I don't have anything further to add to Councillor McCarthy's comments. Comprehensive.
Councillor Greco. Oh, sorry, no, I jumped the gun. Are there any further speakers? I made an assumption.
Can I speak?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Look, I'd like to speak against the amendment that's been proposed, because I think the amendment puts it on the never-never, in the sense that we asked for a report and then we got no indication of when that report will come back. In case councillors have misunderstood what is meant by that point number 6, it's not that we actually do the advocacy strategy. It's actually asking our officers to come back with a plan about what the strategy ought to be, because the strategy will obviously take us into the 2 years leading up to before the next date when the block funding will be expired. So here it is really to get some ideas from our officers about what we need to do and to start the conversation about building a strategy, a plan for a strategy that then could take us into evolving some of that work. It's not rocket science, it's not something that requires a huge amount of... we've done lots of advocacy. I mean, this council is known for its advocacy work, but it would be good that if we could document something and timeline it, and so that it could come back to council, come to a briefing, and that we can talk about it and then fill in the missing gaps, and then it will help us then move on to actually launch into a comprehensive action in relation to advocating for the retention of block funding. So all that it is seeking by the end of July, and that's nearly 2 months away, is again a framework document that maps out what our strategy should be to retain block funding.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Are there any further speakers to the amendment? I'll therefore put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour? And against? That amendment is carried, with Councillors McCarthy, Lasserf, Newton and Rennie voting in favour, and Councillors William and Greco voting against. That now becomes the motion. We've heard from Councillor Greco and Councillor Williams. Are there any further speakers? Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. In relation to this, I just want to first of all go to the substantive matter, which is just first of all to actually thank and echo the sentiments in Councillor Greco's point 2, which is really to commend the work of our aged care team, from frontline workers through to management, who work collaboratively to deliver a set of outcomes that I think are often hidden from our community, and particularly those who don't have a direct interface with them. It struck me, and I make this point, it struck me recently in engaging with some people that are interested in the work of council, critical of work of council, the misunderstanding of what this part of council's work actually is, which is in fact being the service that engages with, connects, supports people on that journey. And in some respects, we can't do every single thing that is necessary or required, but we hold the space often for people when they enter the aged care system, and we certainly provide a level of support that people trust, and that's a really important part of this whole premise here of why we're having this conversation about a locally controlled service model. In relation to the overarching issue though, and that's the point of advocacy, we will get feedback from the correspondence that will be sent. And I think it'll be telling about where the points of influence actually will be in terms of actually achieving that outcome of about extending funding, block funding, beyond the 30th of June 2022. That is 2 years away, and the decisions within the federal government, regardless of who is in power, will be made not just in the coming months, but in fact over coming years. And so this is a piece of work that actually needs to be smart, refined and responsive to the conditions that we face, and that's why I support the recommendation as it's listed.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Are there any further speakers? I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We'll just get Councillor Messina back in the room. I think Oakie's seen Stephen, it's good. I'll invite the staff who are here to for the item on the Darebin Nature Trust to come up. Thank you, councillors. We're now at item 7.8. Darebin Nature Trust. Are there any questions for the officers before we begin debate? Councillor Messina.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Rennie, I noticed that my question relates to the Darebin Energy Foundation, and correct me if apologies if I've used the wrong words. How many advisory committees has that developed since its implementation when it was first put through as a council plan?
Councillor Messina, I'm not sure I understood the question. Ms Olivier, did you understand?
Through you, Mayor Rennie, question I understood was, does the Climate Emergency Darebin have working groups?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Through you, Mayor Rennie, essentially the Climate Emergency Darebin has a terms of reference that Council's endorsed. Council hasn't formally endorsed working groups to my knowledge.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Greco.
Mayor Rennie, I just wanted to clarify, maybe there's a typo in the report. On page 330, it shows the what the councillor committee members, Councillor McCarthy is the chair, Councillor Meir and Councillor Newton. I think I should read Councillor Greco and Councillor...
Yes, no, acknowledged. Councillor Greco, you are also on that working group. I think we're all aware. So we'll make sure that that's corrected. Thank you. Are there any further questions? Okay, if there are no further questions, I'll ask for a motion. Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I'd like to move an alternative motion, which I've submitted already to officers and councillors.
Thank you. As that's an alternative to what the officers recommended, I'll ask if there are any questions in relation to that proposed motion. Councillor Newton.
I don't need a specific answer, but I was wondering about the implications of cost in general that would be associated with the second part. So council officer participation and contribution to any working group will be supported and facilitated, just in general.
Thank you. Ms Olivier.
Through you, Mayor Rennie, certainly based on the sort of frequency of meetings that the community members have indicated they would like for officers to attend each of those, it's quite significant, so it's upwards of $30,000.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? No. Is there a seconder for this motion? There is no seconder for this motion, so that motion lapses for want of a seconder. Councillor McCarthy?
Mayor, I've got a motion which is not the officer's recommendation, but it's a different set of words. It's very similar to Councillor Greco's, which councillors would have. It was circulated, and then an updated version was circulated later this evening.
Thank you. We'll just get that. Councillor Greco, Councillor McCarthy, can you confirm that the motion on the screen is the motion that you wish to move?
No.
That is correct, and I just draw to council's attention that the variation is some tidying up of some of the language, and also.
Sorry, we'll get to that in debate. Thank you. So Councillor McCarthy has confirmed that the motion on the screen is the one he wishes to move. So if it's different from what's provided in the pack, then please look at the screen, because that is what Councillor McCarthy has confirmed he wishes to move. Are there any questions in relation to this?
I just wanted to know, when was this motion actually sent to councillors? Because this is the first that I've seen of it.
When was this motion sent?
So that was sent at 5:57. It's an update, so it's in response to Councillor Greco's request to take on board his wording. So I've done that, but I've actually varied the wording.
Okay. Councillor Massini, you have a question?
Yes, I do. So are we saying that the working groups are to come from the Darebin Nature Trust? So will that involve other participants of the group, this particular group? Will it be open to new participants, or will be using the existing participants from the Darebin Nature Trust?
Thank you. Ms Olivier?
Through you, Mayor Rennie, certainly my understanding of what's been discussed around working groups is smaller groups but the same members of the Trust.
I have a supplementary question through you, Mayor Rennie. How many people in the current Darebin Nature Trust, please, that serve the committee?
Ms Olivier?
Yeah, there's currently 5 community members. There is supposed to be 9, but we've had 4 community members in the last 6 months resign due to time commitments.
Thank you. I'll take more questions if they relate to this motion, otherwise I'll seek a seconder. Is there a seconder for this motion?
I just have a question, if I may.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to get a sense from our officers in relation to the motion as it appears there. Will there be instances where the officers will not be participating in the working groups meetings?
Thank you. Ms Olivier?
Through you, Mayor Rennie, look, I would think that's likely, but ultimately it will depend on how many requests for officer attendance there are. Certainly one of the things I would consider would be where council's directed its effort through its budget and its programs. So in allocating officers to sort of dive into detail through a working group, I'd be considering, if I take them off something else, will it jeopardise another council commitment?
Thank you.
Just a supplementary question. And if the working parties were to meet without officers present, what would be the value of that?
Ms Olivier?
Through you, Mayor Rennie, I think that's really up up to them. It's not uncommon for committee members to get together and thrash out details of something, or, for example, to work on a budget submission or something in more detail separately. It's not an uncommon thing.
Thank you. Councillors, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Newton, thank you. Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. First of all, I'll just draw to councillors' attention. There's a couple of typos that that were tidied up. Councillors would be aware I circulated a set of words that effectively say pretty much the same thing, but weren't as nicely set out as Councillor Greco's. So thank you, Councillor Greco, for the formatting work that you did this afternoon. There is probably one point of difference here, which is that it is problematic for council to indicate that that meetings can occur and can be held, and that staff time can be automatically committed to those meetings. That is not something that we as a council can do. Certainly it becomes problematic from a staff management point of view for us to imply that that could occur, and so we need to be really clear and really fair to both council staff and also to community members on committees and working groups about how those sorts of engagements actually occur. And hence the critical point here, councillors, is actually that that staff engagement, staff participation in working group processes is actually subject to the approval of the General Manager that's responsible for those staff. And that means that it removes any risk that we have indirect reporting lines or indirect direction or the implication of that. And we need to be really careful as a council to make sure that at all times staff time is actually driven by the line management approach, and that we don't put ourselves as councillors in the unpleasant position of indicating to council staff that they need to attend a meeting. That's against the law. It's against the local governance law, and all councillors should be aware of that when drafting their motions. So we need to be really careful on that front. However, the work of these working groups as proposed is absolutely critical to the aspirations that D&T members have explored with us. And one of those is actually about how to bring forward, not just with the current members, but also the potential new members that will be recruited through the second point of this motion. And I thank officers for bringing this to us with such speed. Will be absolutely critical to meeting the aspirations that D&T community members have put forward, which is to effectively do some of the think tank work which usually we'd have to go out to the private market to provide that peer review, to provide that extra insight, to provide a critical sounding board, and to really support the work of the organisation in those particular areas as listed there. So one of those obviously is about really supporting our case when it comes to the open space levy. And we are quite unique. We are the only local government in Victoria that has a nature trust embedded as part of its advisory process, and what a unique thing for us to have to be able to point to when we go to panel. The other ones I'll just highlight quickly, obviously, is the vegetation improvement. We've had the biggest planting regime, 100,000 plants across Darebin as part of that recently. How do we make sure that we're doing the right selection? So I won't go any further, councillors. You've read the report, and I think the intention's pretty clear.
Thank you. Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I'm not going to hold up my microphone because I broke it before, so bear with me. So I'm happy to support the motion as put forward by Councillor McCarthy. This is something where we've had a lot of discussions about this over the last few months, or probably the last couple of years, on the Darebin Nature Trust. And I think it goes to the heart of what we see advisory groups as, particularly when we're thinking about specialist committees such as the Darebin Nature Trust and also Climate Emergency Darebin, where there's a real balance that we need to strike between how to get the advice of the people on the trust combined with the reality of council officer time. And I don't think there's any easy way forward. We spent a hell of a lot of time talking about it. And I know that I'm sure there's a wish from more community members to sort of get this part right and then just sort of move on with what we want to do as a committee. So I think this is a good midpoint. And I would acknowledge too that I think it's a challenge with the members that we've had and with the members that we'll recruit, that there are different time availability of different members. So I think working out how to work with all of them is going to be something that we'll be doing over the next few months, I'm sure, and years. But I'm positive that there is a way through this where we can work out how best to get advice of specialists in a particular area, and I think this goes some way towards that.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Greco.
Mayor Rennie, I have an amendment I would like to put forward.
Certainly.
And the amendment is that if it comes up on the screen, yes, in relation to the last paragraph, where it says the second sentence, council officers' participation, contribution to any working group, from there on to say will be supported and facilitated by the relevant general manager. And removing the other words that are there.
Thank you. As I understand it, that effectively returns this to the motion that was lapsed. So I just want to check whether that's actually able to be put up as an amendment, given that that returns the motion essentially. So can we go back to Councillor McCarthy's motion?
I don't accept the amendment, so if that helps.
No, but I'm not even sure that the amendment's able to be put. So if we could go back to Councillor McCarthy, we need to start on this page and actually work from this page so we understand what the change is, I think. So it would be to change the last sentence that's in red so that that sentence reads, council officer participation and contribution to any working group will be supported and facilitated by the relevant general manager. So to my way of thinking, that actually makes this the motion that was put and lapsed for want of a seconder, and therefore it cannot be presented as an amendment. I will confirm some advice on that.
Just a point of clarification. I think what you're saying more really applies to notices of motion and
I'll seek advice for that reason. In section 5 of the Governance Local Law at 28, the chairperson's duties and discretion. Point 1 reads, the chairperson must not accept any motion which is determined by the chairperson to be purporting to be an amendment but is not. And I find that that amendment purports to be an amendment but is in fact a different motion, being the motion that this council previously considered and lapsed for want of a seconder. So on that basis, I disallow the amendment. So we'll return...
Mayor Rennie, I'll move another amendment, if I may.
Sure.
And the amendment will read as follows. The council officers' participation will be required.
That council officers' participation be required. I'm actually going to make the same ruling. The change of language in no way changes the intent, and that motion has effectively already been put before this chamber tonight and lapsed for want of a seconder. So we'll return to debate on the motion. We've heard from Councillor McCarthy and Councillor Newton. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Look, yeah, I'd like to make some comments in relation to the motion that's been suggested here by Councillor McCarthy. The motion that's been put here is not a spell check. It's not a grammar check. It's actually a motion that fundamentally changes what the expectation of the community members of the Darebin Nature Trust has been. In February, we had a meeting, all the council representatives on the Darebin Nature Trust, and we all came to the conclusion that working groups would need to be established. And part of that conversation, a clear part of that conversation, and all the emails that have come since then, were about having officer participation in those working groups. What this motion does, what Councillor McCarthy has put forward, is basically provides an exit, if you like, or makes it discretionary on whether officers participate in the working groups or not. I think that fundamentally goes against the expectation that the community members of the DNT had. Also, I'd like to say that the community members of DNT, I think they're a little bit, they're trailblazers in relation to advisory committees, and also we have to commend their level of enthusiasm and also their level of expertise. They want to engage with council. They want to assist council. They don't want to meet in a little corner on their own and to discuss these things. They want to engage with council officers and council decision makers in order to add value to what we currently do as a council. So this motion here that's been put forward basically shortchanges that process and does not give them an opportunity to actually really participate in a comprehensive and in a productive manner with our officers.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Are there any further speakers? Councillor McCarthy, you have a right of reply.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm disappointed that Councillor Greco chose to speak against this, given where I thought we'd landed today.
Just a point of order, I didn't say that I spoke against it.
Okay, thank you. On the grounds of what I heard, I'll allow the right of reply, but Councillor Greco has said he didn't speak against it, so I'll just ask...
if there's no speaker against, I don't think the mover has a right of reply.
Point of order. The speaker has a right of reply regardless of if there is anyone speaking in opposition to it. They can address any matter that has been raised in the debate.
Councillor Lassurf, I don't believe you're correct. I believe that a right of reply is only allowed, I will just check the governance local law. In any event, on the basis of what Councillor Greco said, I think it was fair and reasonable that I as the chair, assumed that that was speaking against and therefore awarded a right of reply to Councillor McCarthy. So I will allow Councillor McCarthy to continue with that. But also...
So 34(1).
If no councillor has spoken against amendment, there will be no right of reply. So at 34.3, it specifically says, if no councillor has spoken against a motion, there will be no right of reply.
Thank you. Sorry, that must be a new addition to the local law.
Having said that...
I don't have any problems, just to...
Yeah, we're just going to move on. So Councillor McCarthy, you have a right of reply, but don't refer to Councillor Greco having spoken against it because...
That's fine. I'll refer then specifically to the critique that was provided, and I appreciate if Councillor Greco does intend to support the motion, then I welcome that support. I don't feel that it's appropriate to school or educate or inform other councillors about their responsibilities or our responsibilities collectively as a council in relation to the Local Government Act. But I do need to state something very clearly. We have a responsibility as councillors when we make decisions whether it's about matters such as this. And I'm the person that brought the Darebin Nature Trust as a concept to this council. Very proudly part of my election platform at the last council elections, and very pleased to see it being a thriving and robust place for the biodiversity, a response to the biodiversity emergency as we now call it. But in saying that, I think it's really important that we also understand our responsibilities as councillors in terms of the relationships that we create, the relationships we set up, and the positions that we put ourselves in, as well as putting community members in. And so the point here, and I will go directly to Councillor Greco's critique, is that we need to be very, very clear about how officer involvement in processes of deep engagement, such as this, which is outlined here, actually occurs. And it doesn't occur at the direction of councillors or individual councillors, and it certainly, we should not be putting community members in the complex position of calling meetings and then expecting that by virtue of that council officer time can be allocated to that. That puts us into a very dangerous governance and industrial situation, and I will fight against any push to actually try to complicate and confuse matters in that way. If we are to be honest with our community, we need to be very clear about our responsibilities, and this simply provides a mechanism that's provided under the Local Government Act and Council's own Code of Conduct.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. I'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour? And against? That motion is carried with Councillor McCarthy, Messina, Lassurf, Newton, Williams and Greco voting in favour and Councillor Rennie voting against. I would like at this point actually just to clarify my reading of the local law so that people are clear in relation to what will happen if that comes up again. Under 34 it says right of reply. If no councillor has spoken against a motion, there will be no right of reply. So it refers to how councillors have spoken, not how they intend to vote. And I want to make that clear because what it means is if I grant a right of reply, it's irrelevant how the person who has spoken intends to vote. The judgment about granting a right of reply is in relation to what has been said in the debate. So just so that we're clear if that happens in the future. Councillors, let's plough on. I'm going to suggest that we deal with the next 3 items and then take a short break because we're doing very well, and the next 3 items I think will be quick, and we might take the questions for the next 3 items as a block. So unless anyone has any objections, I'll ask now if anyone has any questions in relation to items. We're going to debate them separately, just to be clear. But I'm just asking that if anyone has any questions in relation to items 7.9, 7.10 and 7.11, because Ms Bishop is here and it's able to answer questions on all 3. Thank you, councillors. There are no questions in relation to 7.10, 7.11 and 7.9. So we'll now go to 7.9. Is there a mover? Thank you, Councillor Lassurf. And a seconder? Councillor McCarthy. Thank you. Councillor Lassurf.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. This motion is to complete the statutory process for the proposed discontinuances of 3 parcels of land at the back of 182 to 186 High Street, in between High Street and 1 Butler Street, Northcote. In 2018, the owner of one of those properties on High Street contacted us to request purchase of that land, and since then we've done the required investigations to determine that it is surplus land that is no longer required by council. We've gone through the normal statutory processes to give notice of our intention to discontinue the road and to sell the land, and this motion is effectively the end of that journey, where we'll be selling off 3 parcels of land to the adjoining landowners on High Street.
Thank you, Councillor Lassurf. Councillor McCarthy.
I have nothing to add.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being none, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. That brings us to item 7.10.
Bit of move.
The discontinuance. Was there a mover? Thank you, Councillor Williams, and a seconder, Councillor Messina. Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Once again, we have a parcel of land at 75 to 81 at Maple Street and 182 to 188 Wood Street. The parcel of land is no longer of it's no longer required for its original purpose. So we would take out the normal procedures of advertising to the Local Government Act under 1989, and it will be advertised, and obviously it will be looked at on which parties would like to purchase what parcels of that land.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Messina?
Nothing further.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There are none, so we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. That brings us to item 7.11. Is there a mover? Councillor Newton, thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Newton.
So this is a pretty standard proposed discontinuance and sale of road, and I think that it's getting a little bit late, so I'm going to assume that everyone's had a look at this one.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. Councillor McCarthy.
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? I'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour? And against? That motion is carried unanimously. Councillors, we've done very well. We've got a number of items still to go, so I'm going to suggest that we take a short recess of about 7 minutes and that we start again at 8:47, which gives people time to stretch their legs. Okay, councillors, I had indicated that we'd start again, so...
Oh, it's 8:48.
We're now at item 7.12, JobKeeper COVID-19 statistics. And thank you, we have Wendy and Kerry up here to answer any questions. So, councillors, are there any questions in relation to this item? Councillor McCarthy.
Before I ask my question, I'd just like to say a big thank you to our officers for their incredibly fast work in pulling this together for us. I just wanted to understand what we probably can't touch on in this report, but which sits behind it, which is an indication of the new and emerging business activity that council should be aware of that has happened literally in recent weeks as part of the recovery, and anything that we, council, may wish to be aware of that can support people to both re-engage with the world of work, but also engage in self-employment. So any of those key learnings that council may wish to consider off the back of this data and what we're seeing in our community at the moment.
Through you, Mayor Rennie. Thank you for the question, and there are a number of emerging trends coming through, and one of those is being self-employment queries coming through the business line, but I'm unable to provide too much more detail at this point in time.
Thank you. Are there further questions? There are no further questions. Is there a motion?
Yeah, Mayor, look, I will move the motion, but I've just spoken to both the CEO and to Stephen that I want to insert 3 extra words in relation to the motion. And those words have been highlighted. I've asked for those words to be highlighted, and they are there. So that's the motion as it stands. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillors, this is the motion that Councillor Greco has moved. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Williams, thank you. Councillor Greco.
Question now that there's a new motion on the screen.
Pardon?
I just wondered if I could ask a question because this wasn't the motion in the agenda.
Yes, sorry, I should have gone immediately to that point. So this is a motion that people did not see in the council report, so there's therefore an opportunity for people to ask questions. Councillor Lasserve.
I just wanted to understand, it's calling for a report at the next council meeting, which is obviously 3 weeks away. Just wondering whether the information that's been requested is achievable in that timeframe.
Ms Dinning or Ms McGrath?
Sorry. Through you, Mayor Rennie, I'm just trying to read it now. I think it's a big ask within that time frame, given we have to circulate papers a week before. We also do anticipate that this type of reporting will become regular as part of our COVID recovery package reporting. That's my answer.
Thank you. Councillor Martina.
I'd like, through you, Mayor Rennie, can I have some guidance in relation to point number 5? I thought that was already happening in the new financial year. Can I have some clarification about that, please?
Thank you for that question. Ms Dinning.
Sorry, just to clarify, is that part of Councillor Greco's amendment? Because
Councillor Greco has incorporated some proposed amendment from Councillor Williams.
All right.
So this, I think the reason this looks as though you haven't seen it before is because it is Councillor Greco worked with Councillor Williams to incorporate Councillor Williams' suggestions and put it forward as one motion.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mayor Rennie, in relation to opening a second wave of grants as of this week, it's going to be, we're still reviewing and looking at the applications for this round. The next round of grants is allocated for budget in next financial year. We will try our best to open those up as soon as we can. We are taking a lot of learnings from the grant applications and the feedback from businesses.
Sorry, can I just ask a question based on that response? In terms of the first round of business grants, you said that they're currently being assessed. You only received them last week. When are we likely to start, when are we going to announce who's been successful in that round, and when will that money start flowing?
Through you, Mayor Rennie. The aim is to have those grants announced before the end of the financial year, along with the payments for those grants.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? No. As there are no... Oh, Councillor Messina?
I do. Although some of those items reflect some things I'd like to vote for and approve, it appears to me that we cannot split them up. Is that correct, Councillor Rennie? Oh, Mayor Rennie, sorry.
No, this is one motion. It's not a lot of it is one motion. So councillors will need to listen perhaps to the debate, and the option would be open potentially to councillors to amend. But I would suggest that unless there are points of clarity, that we move now to the debate, and I'll ask Councillor Greco to open the debate as the mover of the motion.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Look, I will just focus on the first 2 points, and I'll allow Councillor Williams to focus on point 3, 4 and 5. First of all, at the outset, I must say this was quite an informative report, and I thank the officers for putting this report together in such a short period of time, because I think it's starting to give us a little bit of a picture of what the impact of the COVID crisis has been in the northern area, and also in particular what the impact has been in our city. And I think it's really, really valuable information, because it will help inform us in relation to what other measures we can take in assisting people who have been affected by the COVID-19 crisis. Having said that, it leads me into what this motion is trying to do, particularly in relation to point number 2. Point number 2 in the motion is actually asking for a report. I know that the time frame is short, but the time frame is there because we have a budget that we'll be most likely looking at on the 15th of July. So this information will be only be useful if it comes in before the budget, because what it's asking for in point number 2 is we look at the mechanisms of rebates, or we look at the mechanism of the hardship waiver process, and to see whether how we could apply those mechanisms to residential ratepayers eligible for the job seeker payment, a bit like the way our pensioners get a rate rebate, or how we can also apply it to the hardship waiver process, and also what I've just said, also how it can be applicable for eligible JobKeeper payment recipients. Both the job seeker payment and the JobKeeper payment recipients, they are people that are eligible to receive that, so that they would have evidence that they are eligible to receive that. And what's been proposed here is that that we put forward a process where they could either get a $200 rate rebate or $200 discount or waiver, hardship waiver, in relation to the hardship process. So I'm asking officers to prepare a report about which mechanism, how the mechanisms could work, and how those mechanisms could incorporate the sentiments behind here. In relation to point number B, again, there it's asking for either a rate rebate or a hardship waiver of 30% on businesses that have been affected by the COVID crisis, and because they have experienced more than 30% drop in turnover. Again, these will be businesses that have actually applied for it, so there'll be evidence that they've actually received a drop in their turnover, and let's see if we can develop and devise these mechanisms to actually embrace them and provide some real rate relief.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. That's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Reserve my right.
Thank you. Are there further speakers? Councillor McCarthy.
Look, I'm going to have to speak against the whole motion, which is disappointing because there are a few things in here that I was happy to explore in a bit more detail, but they've been bundled together, and I find it really difficult to accept them as a whole package. So to ask our officers under point 5 to open a second wave of business grants starting literally in 3 days, when they are still going through the assessment and distribution process of the current grant round, which was incredibly successful, I just find unreasonable. And I go back to my point again, when councillors bring motions into this chamber, they need to think really clearly about what they are asking of human beings that work in this organisation in terms of what is realistic or possible. We are in the final few months of this term, and I'm just stunned that we're looking at something that's asking for a grant round to be opened up in 3 days' time when we are trying to get that support out to businesses currently who have acted in good faith through a process and are not just going to receive the grant support, but other support. What I'm also interested in, and we don't have the ability and time to explore it here in detail, is actually all the extraordinary work that our officers are doing with businesses that may in fact not have applied for those grants, may not be eligible for some reason or weren't successful, but who are getting other support right now. Just on Friday, I attended a webinar online with businesses from around Darebin. The Mayor hosted it. It was fantastic, and it was businesses trying to reduce their energy costs, getting support from council. So to ask our officers in this motion to open up a grants round in 3 days' time, I'm stunned that we're even debating this. So on that basis, I cannot support the whole package, and I hope councillors think more clearly about how they put these things together.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Messina.
Mayor Rennie, I'd like some assistance, please. Whether this is successful to be approved or not, is there any way we can bring it forward to make an amendment? Can I propose an amendment to change the actual dates in item number 5?
You can, if you wish to propose an amendment now. It's too late once we've voted on it.
Okay, so my question is, through you, Mayor Rennie, to the officers, what dates would they be realistic in option number 5, please?
Normally at this point we don't allow dates, but on the basis that it informs an amendment you wish to make, I'll allow it.
For my decision.
Yeah.
Through you, Mayor Rennie, the second round of business grants would be ready to go to be open on the 1st of July. We could do that.
So can I foreshadow an amendment with the 1st of July date, please?
Councillor Messina, you make the amendment now, don't foreshadow it.
Okay, well, I make the amendment.
So you're proposing an amendment which would be?
Item number 5, grants from the 1st of July to the 1st of August, to the 30th of August, 31st of July, please.
Can I just seek advice on that? Because the officers will know how long that...
Absolutely. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Rennie, we would probably be looking at a longer period of time for this next lot of grants, which wouldn't be a quick response. So I wouldn't like to put I could come back to you with a closing date, if you like.
I'm happy with that. Thank you.
So when you say you're happy with that,
I'm happy to have until
the 1st of July and
yes.
Just from the 1st of July. Yes. So Councillor Greco and Councillor Williams, Councillor Messina, we'll just make sure we've captured that. So we could remove the words. Yep, thank you. Councillor Messina has proposed an amendment, which is to change the date under point 5 from the 1st of July 2020. Do you accept, as the mover and the seconder, do you accept the amendment?
Based on the officer's advice, I'll accept that.
And Councillor Williams, do you accept the amendment?
I'm happy to accept based on the officer's advice.
Thank you. So that is now the motion before us. Are there any further speakers to the motion? Councillor Williams.
Thank you. In reference to number 3 for the Premier, I believe that the cleaners of our street are actually going to be no longer doing that role as within the week's time. So I thought it'd be great that we could actually ask Daniel Andrews if we could extend that. The line item number 4 was to see if Daniel Andrews does not obviously allow that extension, if council can actually explore and have a report back to council to see whether we can actually fund it for a minimum of 2 weeks. I believe it's an important role, considering that The JobKeepers is not eligible for everybody, especially for students, overseas students who are not Australian citizens, and most of those cleaners who are keeping our cities safe and clean are usually a student-based overseas students. In reference to number 5, it was about opening the application. It wasn't about authorising or considering, it was about opening and allowing that dialogue between our businesses and council officers to ensure that our businesses are on track and that everybody had the opportunity in applying for the grants. I've had phone calls from several larger companies, particularly that have not been able to get onto council, or they've only just gone back onto work regarding the last couple of days. One rang me today and she said she's only just opened her doors today, and she's only just to realise that these grants have been opened, and she has been shut completely all that time and was not aware of these grants. So I think that it's incumbent on us that we need to provide that information to our businesses who want to explore and be part of this community and want to feel that they're going forward. Waiting too long for the next round, I think it doesn't give them a hope, and I think that if we open the gates now to allow them to apply for those applications, it gives them more power, that they feel that council is giving that dialogue and being more supportive to our businesses in the area.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Are there any further speakers? There are none. I'll therefore put that to the vote. All those in favour? And against? That motion is lost. We had Councillors Messina, Williams and Greco voting in favour, and Councillors McCarthy, Le Cerf, Newton and Rennie voting against. Councillors, is there another motion in relation to this item? Councillor Newton?
Can I move the officer's recommendation?
Yes, thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Le Cerf. Thank you. Councillor Newton.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Rennie. I wasn't quite anticipating that I'd be speaking to this one. So I think that it's really good that we've put this up, that we have found out as much as we can in a short time about where things are at, and I really appreciate the work of our officers to get there in such a busy time. So I think that this can help inform our resilience recovery package. I think it's really good to know what we're working with so that we can be informed going forward, and yeah, just really want to commend their work.
Thank you. Councillor Le Cerf.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I guess just to extend on Councillor Newton's comments, I think that this provides us with a really good, solid foundation for also our advocacy work that we want to do as a result of our package of works that we endorsed, and in particular, items around the impact that not having JobKeeper extended to universities and local government sector. Things like the continuation of childcare and the things that we need to do to support all of those in our community who might not be able to access all of the services, like international students and asylum seekers and refugees. So I really commend the officers' work on this report. It was turned around in such a short period of time. We couldn't get all of the data that we wanted and were seeking, but I think it provides a really clear picture of what's happening out there in the community. And it informs our decision making and our advocacy going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Le Cerf. Are there any further speakers? Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. Now that we're dealing with the report as it stands, I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that stand out, and I thank again our officers for their work and very fast work in bringing this to us in a short space of time, and also recognising that the numbers in here will change and evolve as we go forward. So just to be really clear, as recently as I think it was last week, the Grattan Institute brought out a report that stipulated that the seat of Cooper, which is contiguous mostly with the Darebin City Council area, with some variations, put the unemployment rate up around 7.3%, which is number 10 in the list of Victorian electorates that are actually impacted, and puts us certainly in the top section of electorates around the country. Now, to give that some context, our neighbours next door, Wills, or the city of Moreland mostly, actually had even worse outcomes than we did. So, but those numbers can change, and they will change over coming months, and this is the sort of data that we actually need as a council to have a watching brief. What we don't know, and that's why the follow-up work that I'm sure our officers will be doing, is what's going to happen come September when things like JobKeeper are due to expire. So we are going to see a whole new range of people who will shift potentially from JobKeeper to JobSeeker, or they'll shift potentially into some sort of employment. We're going to have a whole different set of challenges on our hands with people that were being kept afloat. And in some cases, some people on JobKeeper, and we have enough examples of this, actually have been able to be maintained at their current wage level through this pandemic. So they're not in a challenging situation at the moment, but they will be potentially if they are laid off. So this is a rapidly changing space. We need good data. That's what we have in front of us, and I commend the work of our officers in highlighting also the challenges that others who are not eligible for those payments are also facing as well.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I'll be speaking in favour of the motion as it appears there. But I just want to say that what we're supporting here is just that we're noting the report. And it really seems a real shame to me that we've got a lot of information here, valuable data that can be built on into the future as more information becomes available. But the question is, with data and information, the question is, how does it inform decision making? How does it actually enable us to look at other options, opportunities that we can put in place to actually then assist people that are most affected? And that's why in the previous motion that unfortunately the councillors voted down, it was actually building from the information that is in this report to then look at and explore whether we could, and maybe we can or maybe we can't, using mechanisms that then can provide some support, some relief to our residents that have been adversely affected or dramatically affected, some of them by the COVID crisis. We're not doing that, councillors. All we're doing is we're just talking about what's in the report, and it's very valuable what's in the report, but the value of what's in the report only becomes valuable when it's translated into a future action, and that's what's missing in relation to what's been done now. So whilst the officers have gone out of the way to get that information, we're not feeding that information into exploring other opportunities that we could put in place to support our residents. That's a real shame, councillors. It's a real shame. But having said that, the report has valuable information. I look forward to future information coming in and where we can build on the stats that we have there, because that's the type of information that actually enables us to make quality decisions.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Are there any further speakers? There being none, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you particularly to the officers who prepared that report at very short timelines and pulled all that information together. Councillors, that brings us to item 7.13. Mr Hewitt is here to answer any questions that anyone has. Are there any questions in relation to this agenda item? Thank you. There appear to be no questions, so I'll ask if there is a motion. Councillor Greco.
Mayor Reddy, I'll be moving an alternative motion.
Thank you. We'll make sure that's up on the screen. Councillor Greco, if you could confirm that the motion on the screen is the motion you intend to move?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Williams, thank you. Councillors, as this differs from the officer recommendation, there's an opportunity now to ask any questions. There appear to be no question. Oh, Councillor Newton.
The question I have is the 29th of June a realistic timeline?
Thank you. Damien or Sam? You can
Through you, Mayor Rennie. No, not really. Not to go in and do the financial modelling that's requested, so not by the 29th of June.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Newton, and thank you for the answer, Mr Hogan. Any further questions?
Thanks, Mayor. Can we just get a broad indication from our officers of the implications of increasing our capital spend by 16 million as proposed, which is really the thrust of the proposed amendment?
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Mr Hogan?
Through you, Mayor Rennie. As it's explained in the report, pre-COVID we did have a draft budget of $53 million, but with the relief package of $11.3 million and also the hardship policy that we've allowed the ratepayers to defer their rates until June 21, the unknown that we've got in the next 12 months is our cash balance. We are digging into our cash reserves to fund the Capital Works program and the relief package. So if we were to increase the Capital Works by another $16 million, my concern would be we just don't know at the moment what that will do to our cash balances. And modelling that I've done and presented to Council over the next 12 months shows that at times our cash flow solvency gets very tight based on the modelling that's been done on how much our community will be able to pay their rates or defer their rates. So that's why I wouldn't be looking at increasing our Capital Works or the impact that it could have if we did. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Hogan. A question, Councillor Greco?
I just got just a follow-up question on that. Have we had any indication since the last rate notices went out and the due date, what the percentage of people that actually paid on the due date?
Mr Hogan.
Through you, Madam Mayor. It's too early to tell because we still are early in June. I'm preparing some information that I'll present to Council on the 15th. I'm going to present that to Council, what the percentage is that we have received from the fourth instalment and also the direct debits that have already been set up. How many of those ratepayers have been able to pay? As I said, I'll present that to councillors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to clarify that, I was referring to the rate notices that fell due, I believe, at the end of May. And I just want to understand, do we have any data about what percentage of them have actually made that payment by that date?
Through you, Madam Mayor. At the moment, I'm still working through that information. So at the stand today, no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, further question. Will we know when would that information become available then, if we're still working on it at the moment?
Through you, Madam Rennie, that information would be available probably within 7 days to be accurate to present to Council. Thank you.
And I have a further question. I put my motion early this afternoon, and I thank the Mayor for acknowledging that. And I suppose my question is, if the date is of concern in relation to the 29th of June of getting a report back, why wasn't that brought to my attention by officers this afternoon?
Ms Wilkinson.
Through you, Mayor Rennie. Thanks for the question, Councillor Greco. The officers try really hard to provide support to councillors on council meeting Mondays, as it is today's Tuesday, but today there were 3 draft urgent motions, some 12 or 13 alternate motions, requests and more than a dozen questions from the community that required responses to be prepared, all in addition to providing, the normal service and responding to COVID. So with my apologies that advice wasn't provided directly, Councillor, but we genuinely do the best that we can.
Thank you, Councillor Messina.
I have a question. Sorry,
I understood that the officer said he could do the report by the 29th of June, not that he couldn't.
Through you, Mayor Rennie. No, the response was I couldn't do it by the 29th. What I can provide in the next 7 days is some data from the 4th instalment, made payments. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, councillors. We might now
One
proceed.
final question, if I may.
Councillor Greco, the point of questions at this point, I'll just remind, is so that councillors who haven't had an opportunity to ask questions relating to the motion have that opportunity. For the councillor who presents the motion, I would expect they actually would be asking questions before coming to the council meeting. So this is primarily an opportunity for councillors to make sure they have advice from officers prior to voting. It's therefore, I think, primarily an opportunity not for the mover of a motion, but for everybody else.
Mayor, could I put my question? Because it relates to the question of the date, which has been...
Yes, but I think this is the last question that I'll allow.
So therefore, could we get a report prior to the budget being considered? That is the 15th, I believe, the 15th of July.
Through you, Mayor Rennie. Yes, that is possible. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Greco.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Rennie. Look, I'm moving this motion, and first at the outset, I must say I commend the report that's been prepared by officers. I think I found it very, very informative, and particularly in relation to identifying those shovel-ready projects, and also the criteria that's applied to determine what is a shovel-ready capital works project. Councillors, why I'm putting this motion forward is that we're essentially cutting our capital works budget by nearly $20 million this year. And that's a great concern to me. And I understand, from a financial perspective, that it may create some difficulties for us, but I have not, till this date, seen all the options that are available to us, and that's what the motion talks about, is that to receive a report about what financial modelling we can undertake in terms of, whether we, in terms of actually funding the extra almost $16 million that is suggested in this report that could be funded as shovel-ready projects. So the issue here is about, to what extent can we use liquid assets? To what extent can we use accumulated funds? To what extent we can use borrowings for the next financial year in terms of supporting, if not these projects, but other projects that actually meet the criteria of being projects that we could borrow for, particularly those intergenerational projects at a time when interest rate is so low. And the other point that really has to be made, and this I think it's really come home to me in the last week or two, is that both the federal and the state government are going out of their way to pump money into the economy. They're going out of the way, particularly in the construction sector, where they're trying to stimulate the construction sector and the building sector with jobs. I mean, I heard in this chamber some time ago that the market is hungry for these types of jobs. And here we are actually stripping away from our community $20 million, which could provide for a lot of jobs that are going to be sought after in the coming months, in the coming year. And what we're doing is that we're not, by taking out $20 million, then what we're doing is that all those jobs that are associated with that $20 million will not be there for your tradies, for your labourers, for your cleaners, for your maintenance workers, for people who can actually do some work. So I think it's critical, even the point that the federal government is giving us $581,000 in order for infrastructure funding as a way of trying to stimulate councils to spend money on capital works projects. So the report that's been requested is to see how we can source that extra $16 million.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
I have nothing further to say.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Lasserve.
I'll be speaking against this motion Not because I don't support all of those things that Councillor Greco just expressed in terms of wanting to stimulate jobs locally by funding capital works. I think at the end of the day, there is a harsh reality that we need to face as a council when we're preparing the budget around the impact that COVID-19 has had on our bottom line. And that's because of some of the decisions that we've made around supporting our community, but it's also the flow-on impacts that it has had on our community to pay rates or their ability to pay rates. At the end of the day, we need to, I guess, bridge that gap. We can't just spend money that we don't have. I take Councillor Greco's point about maybe there is an opportunity to explore borrowings. I mean, that's probably the next step that you could take if you really wanted to fund this. But we have 3 massive intergenerational projects that are coming up that will have significant costs over the coming decade that will require borrowings if we want to get them off the ground. So I think going out and starting to borrow now, I guess, will impact our ability to deliver those big projects later. Or I'm worried that it will have an ability to deliver those big projects later. So that's why I can't support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Lassurf. Are there any further speakers? Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you to the officers for the work that, once again, they've put together here at short notice. But I also want to, I suppose, echo Councillor Lassurf's main line of argument, but make it a slightly different point, which is that our officers come to us with a proposed budget and, in fact, came to us in a very short space of time with a response to COVID-19 and brought together an incredible plan, the most, I believe, significant plan of resilience and recovery of any council in the state. And in doing so, identified that there is a harsh reality which Councillor Lassurf has alluded to. There is a massive uncertainty as well, and the report is clear. And any councillor that has read this report would see that council's income is at risk in a way that it hasn't been before, and we actually don't know the full extent to that. So whilst we can talk about wanting to load up the budget with more capital works that are shovel-ready and let's get those jobs going, and we all want to see those jobs, and this should not become some headline-grabbing argument about who wants to deliver the jobs or not. There's actually a bunch of services that we need to ensure continue to operate. There's actually a bunch of capital works programs that must be delivered. And one of the challenges in these sorts of debates is that it's very easy to throw around what you wish and what you want, but then there's what you must do. And there is a fair amount of confidence built into this budget and a fair amount of optimism, because we hope that our community will be well positioned at the level that is prescribed to pay rates at the level we have. But we don't know that. It was only the previous item where we talked about the fact that in September, pretty much everyone on JobKeeper at the moment is at risk of losing that benefit and potentially not actually continuing to be employed. So there are going to be other points of intervention we're going to have to consider, councillors. Now is not the time for the wishful thinking that is dreamt up in point 2.
That's time, thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Greco, you have a right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Look, this is not actually wishful thinking. If we consider this to be wishful thinking, then we will consider what the federal government and the state government are trying to do also to be wishful thinking. We have accumulated reserves. We have cash for about 55 million, which from the 1st of July will be sitting in our bank accounts. We have 0 borrowings. We actually could, instead of deferring the borrowing to the subsequent year, we could actually look at whether we could actually borrow in the next financial year. Let's explore these possibilities, councillors. Let's explore these possibilities. We're going through a particular time where the community is screaming for jobs, and we are pulling out, sucking out $20 million out of the community in terms of possible infrastructure work. To me, it just does not make sense, councillors, that we as a council are doing that, and that we actually should be really considering about and looking at all possible options. And we're in a financial position to do that, because if we were borrowing to the hilt, then you would say, well, that avenue is not there. But look at the accounts. No borrowings $55 million will be sitting in the account as of the 1st of July 2020. And we have accumulated reserves, and we're not willing to explore the possibility of having extra capital works projects. So we're sucking jobs out of our community. And I believe that we could maintain the services that we have. We don't have to lay off anyone, and it's been a great thing that the council has done. But also we could go that step further of actually providing more capital works expenditure in order to keep more jobs within our city.
10 seconds.
We're not doing that, councillors, and we're selling short our community as a result of it.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. I'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour? And against? That motion is lost. We had Councillors William and Greco voting in favour and Councillors Newton, Lassurf, Messina, McCarthy and Rennie voting against. Councillors, is there another motion on this item?
Move the substantive motion put forward by the officers.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. So we'll return to the officer recommendation. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Lassurf, thank you. We'll just get the officer recommendation up on the screen, but I think it's just to eliminate the red. Councillor McCarthy, you have 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. I won't need that. I just would point out, and the commentary is very clear, particularly on page 102 of the agenda, and on the second page of the report, the third page of the report, that there is a clear commentary there that talks about the financial considerations that council needs to observe. These should be very clear to every councillor here in this chamber. We should all understand the very specific requirements that the councils must operate in relation to the Victorian Auditor General. The expectation that council will not go down the path of making financial commitments and putting an impost on ratepayers and potentially having a negative impact on their community by promising to deliver things that either cannot be funded or in turn put at risk other critical services and facilities. Council's revenue, 75% of that is rates. That revenue is at risk under the current situation and under the instability in the economy. Our number one priority should be to ensure the continuation of services, the continuation of capital works programs where we can, and as the report outlines very clearly and quite contrary to the arguments made in the previous debate, these are projects that deliver local jobs. These are projects that are shovel-ready. These are projects that can be delivered. $34 million of capital works, which is a significant program. So I believe it's disingenuous to downplay that in the way that the previous debate did. What is also important to recognise as well, Mayor, and I'll just finish on this point, is that Council, as it currently stands, and this is very clear in the report, expects an $18 million decrease in overall revenue. An $18 million decrease. And that is, I would say, an optimistic middle-of-the-road assessment compared to some of the worst-case scenarios. So an element of care and caution is required, but also an element of fierce advocacy to the other levels of government that do actually have access to central banks. Council does not have the ability to print money in the way that seems to have been described in previous debates. Council needs to actually make sure that when it considers a program of capital works, it can fund those works. So that's what we have in front of us. I thank the officers for their speed in which they've brought this report to us, and I really commend the work that's gone into the capital works program, which is significant and considerable at $34 million of investment in our community.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Lassurf.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Just to add to Councillor McCarthy's comments, thank you for the report, and I think it's very clear and provides us with really good information on how our capital works program has been prioritised, because I think that caused a little bit of anxiety amongst people. And I agree with the guiding principles in which they adopted, which are listed there in the report, which I think is really important, particularly with the focus on ensuring that not only our financial sustainability, but the asset renewal is prioritised, that community safety is prioritised, and that we ensure that we focus on service delivery, which, amongst other things, which Councillor McCarthy alluded to. I think the other thing that I think this piece of work will help us with is if their money does come available, because we like advocating to state and federal governments for different money that they may have available through different grant programs. We have a list of projects that are ready to go. And so when they come knocking, hopefully eventually at some point they'll turn their attention to local government, because we can stimulate local jobs quite easily and quite quickly. We have a list. Whether they want to invest in our major projects, which is more appealing, I think, to funding programs, or some of these little things that we've identified of smaller amounts of money, I think it puts us ahead of the game and ready to go if that opportunity arises. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Le Cerf. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Look, I'm going to support the report, obviously, because I think it was a very informative report. But it's a shame, again, that we produce these informative reports, but they don't go anywhere. And that's a real shame. And I found that the report was really instructive in terms of identifying those projects that are shovel-ready. And when you read through those projects, you really see that those projects could be at least started or even completed within 6 months. Look, from what I've heard from other councillors, presenting all these scenarios about we can't afford things and things, what I was requesting was actually a report to actually determine that. And so people are sort of making these statements as if they are, financial whizzes and putting forward saying, oh, we can't and we can't do this and we can't do that, when we don't actually have the...
Sorry, can I just call a point of order there? Either it was directed at councillors or officers, these financial whizzes. We are just relying on officers' advice.
Sorry, Councillor Le Cerf.
But if you could withdraw those comments because they were offensive. Yes.
Okay. Councillor...
I don't see what I need to withdraw. Is actually, I'm just making a statement about people considering themselves to be financial whizzes.
Councillor Greco, Councillor Le Cerf has called a point of order, stating that those comments were offensive, which is an allowable point of order. You've heard that they were found to be offensive, and I saw nods from your colleagues. So I'd like to ask you to withdraw them on the grounds that they've been found to be offensive.
Can I understand, for my understanding, why they were offensive? In what way were they offensive?
No, Councillor Greco, that's not something I think that would be a conversation. If you don't understand why they were found to be offensive, that would be very worth you pursuing outside of this chamber. It's been indicated to you that they were offensive, and on that grounds that I'm sure you didn't intend to offend, but you have, I'd like to ask if you would care to withdraw those statements that offended, as I'm sure that wasn't your intention.
Look, I'm happy to withdraw if I can continue on with what I...
Thank you. Please continue.
So the point is, councillors, is that we need to explore possibilities of how we could actually fund some extra capital works. It's probably a historic low of the amount of capital works that will be undertaken in the next financial year at a time when we need more capital works. And so what's been suggested here is just at least to maintain what our capital works expenditure was going to be, and that's really unfortunate, councillors. And I think that what it will do is that it will not, council will not gain any benefit or any credit by actually zapping out of the local economy up to nearly $20 million in capital works, which could
10 seconds.
Which could provide heaps of jobs. So I'm really saddened to see that, and I'm really saddened that we have a report and that we're actually not doing anything with the information and the data that has been collected for us by our officers.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Are there any further speakers? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. That brings us to the end of the reports. We'll now move to the next part of the agenda. Consideration of responses to petitions, notices of motion and general business. There are none, so that brings us now to notices of motion. The first notice of motion is 9.1, lodged by Councillor Greco. Councillor Greco, I'll take that as moved by you. Is there a seconder?
Happy to second. I said I'd happy to second it.
Sorry, seconded by Councillor Williams. Okay. Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, this motion is quite straightforward. What it is that the Office of the Victorian Government Architect has prepared a report in relation to the Preston market, and I understand that report was prepared for the VPA, but unfortunately that report has not been made available, publicly available to the community. I understand that report, our officers have actually been informed of that report, or we've actually got we have that report here in the council, and that report is both informing the VPA and also has helped to inform our officers and helped to inform the council view in relation to Preston Market. And it's really unfortunate that, given that we've been working in close collaboration with the VPA and working with them in good faith, that report is not made available to the public. When decisions are made about the market, people want to know what has actually informed those decisions. And I think it's a fair enough comment that the community ought to know what is the input to the decisions that are being made. And because that's the whole notion of accountability, transparency and open governance. So the request here is that we make a request to the VPA that they release that report publicly so that people can see what that report says, and then people can actually then work out how that report has actually either informed council's decisions in relation to the market, or how it's likely to inform the future decisions that the VPA makes in relation to the planning controls over Preston Market, or ultimately how that informs the minister in relation to signing off on any planning controls over that particular site. So that's what this request is trying to do, and hopefully, for the sake of transparency and openness, particularly around an issue like Preston Market, which is a heated issue. It's an issue that's created a lot of angst in our community, and I must say it's created a lot of angst in our community in relation to the last motion that was passed by council in regards to the Preston Market. And one of the salient points in that resolution was that council agrees to allowing the market to be relocated, and that's a point of contention in our community, and it's created a lot of alarm in our community because of the possibility that council is entertaining the idea that the market could be relocated. So I hope that this report can be released, and then like that it could be put into the public realm, and so that the community can actually see why certain decisions have been made in that particular way.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillor Williams.
I reserve my rights to speak.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There are none. Councillor Williams, did you wish to speak?
I don't have much to say, but apart from, I believe that we're just going around in circles in reference to this, and I think it's best that if we can get as much on the table and out to our community as possible, so everything is out there. I don't think there's anything to hide, and I think it's really important that our community is on board and that council is on board and that we're all heading in the same direction.
Thank you. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. That brings us to 9.2. Councillor Greco, I'll take that as moved by yourself. Is there a seconder?
Happy to second it.
Councillor Williams. Councillor Greco, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I'm moving this motion. There's been some debate in the community and also, as we heard here tonight in the chamber. I think there are some misnomers about our consultation process in relation to the budget. In the past, in the last 2 years, the budget meetings have been held at ordinary meetings. What that does, it gives the community an opportunity when the draft budget comes before council to make comments or submissions. Then it gives the community an opportunity to make submissions, as we currently have. And then it gives the community an opportunity later on, at the end of the process, to also make submissions or ask questions. And I think that end process is really important, because whilst the community can come forward and make submissions, and many will, people don't know what the actual end budget will look like. And how the budget may change from what the draft budget is to what the final budget is. And I believe that, for the sake of accountability and transparency, that the community should have a say on whether they like the final budget, or whether they have any further submissions to make in relation to the final budget, or whether they want, or whether they have certain questions in relation to the final budget, in the event that we've actually either made some inclusions or pulled out of the draft budget leading up to the final. So I think that last bit of accountability is fundamental to the process. And to argue, like I've heard here tonight, that from you, Mayor Rennie, is that this process almost offers more than what we could give. I would say that in the previous 2 years, we've offered the community much more room to intervene and more opportunity to have a say over the most important agenda item in the whole 12 months calendar of council. And I'll just finally finish on this. Other projects that come to council, strategies, they come to us as a draft strategy. People have an opportunity to ask questions about it, make submissions about it. It goes out to consultation, and people also then have an input. Then it comes back to council, and again, the community has an opportunity to ask further questions before the final strategy gets endorsed, or make submissions in relation to the final strategy. Now, we do that with many other policy initiatives that council take, and it just stupefies me that we can't do that for the budget, which is one of probably the most important agenda item of the year. And I'm really astounded that we're not providing that level of transparency and accountability and opportunity back to our community.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillor Williams.
I reserve my rights.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Lasserf.
I'll speak in opposition to this notice of motion. I hear Councillor Greco's arguments about giving the community opportunity to input into this, and I agree that it is really important that the community has an opportunity to make submissions, to let councillors know how they feel about where we've landed on the budget. I would say, though, unlike strategies, there is a very formal process in place of what needs to happen to adopt a budget, which includes a hearing of a submissions process, which means that a special meeting is created so we can hear the submissions of the community, and we can hear them at a time where we can take that information, consider it, give greater consideration to it so that we can influence the final outcome, the final budget, because we can get further information on the budget impact it might have and how different, including the different programs or initiatives or capital works affects the other parts of the budget. I think that that's a really important process to go through, because changing budget lines on budget night, I think, is actually bad governance. I think that, how can you hear an idea for the first time through a submission on budget night and think, okay, I think that's a really good idea, and put it into the budget without further information on the impacts of it? To give the community multiple opportunities to make submissions. There is a point there. Maybe they will come up with ideas after the hearing of submissions process is closed. But that doesn't mean that they can't contact us at any point up until we've adopted the budget. There are multiple avenues for community members to speak with us as councillors, whether it's formally through council meetings or whether it's informally through a phone number or an email address on the website. So I think that the community has plenty of opportunity, and it gives us a good process in terms of governance when we adopt the final budget.
Thank you, Councillor Lassurf. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Williams.
I just think that this council needs to show accountability and transparency. I think that us as a council, we have only a few major obligations. One is obviously hiring the CEO, and the other one is regarding budget. I think it's really important that we involve the community as much as possible, especially when it comes to question time and any concerns that they have regarding the budget. Moving the goalposts certainly doesn't help our situation, which I find that we've done in this council, where we've actually changed dates and we make special meetings, which doesn't allow that accountability or transparency for the way that our constituents and the community sees us that we should be more in line with.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Greco, you have a right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Look, I think from the comments that I heard from the Councillor Lassurf, and just generally, this is a comment from me, is that I think we're lowering the bar of democracy of this council by not enabling residents to have that opportunity at the end of the process to make a submission to council. Now, why that is important is that, again, it gives the residents an opportunity to actually make some final comments on the composition of the budget, and also to make some comments on what inclusions have been put in or what things have been taken out relative to what the original draft budget was. And I think it's important. No one expects that at the end of that process that we'll be there chopping and changing and doing all sorts of things. There may be something that's quite alarming that we may need to make a decision on, but it's a question of giving the community an opportunity to have their say on the budget. Now, I don't think that the community will come here and expect on the last night that we would change our mind and do things. But it's a question of them expressing either their gratitude for things that have been included in the budget, or to express their disappointment that certain things have not been included, or even to make comments about not their own proposals, but about other proposals that have been either taken out of the budget or put in the budget. And I just can't see by the life of me why we should deny the community that opportunity to have a say. I understand that we have that submission process. That's just the same. I know we're doing that. There's no question about that. It's having this end process that actually helps to round off that whole budget consultation process with the community for them to have their final say.
Time. Thank you. We'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour? And against? That was lost, with Councillors Greco and Williams voting in favour and Councillors Newton, Lassurf, Messina, McCarthy and Rennie voting against. Councillors, before we proceed to 9.3, I'll just ask if someone could move that we extend for 30 minutes. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Messina, seconded by Councillor Williams. All those in favour? Thank you, Councillors. We'll now move to item 9.3. I'll take that as moved by Councillor Greco and seconded by... Thank you, Councillor Messina. Councillor Greco.
Again, councillors, this is in relation to Preston Market. We've heard through our officers that at public council meetings that there is a report. The Root Partnership consultants have provided advice regarding Preston Market. My understanding is that report has been commissioned by the developer, who are one of the major stakeholders in relation to the Preston Market site, and that report I believe that the VPA has had access to that report, and also our officers have had access to that report or been given advice in relation to what is in that report. And again, councillors, I think it's only important that that type of information, given that it's actually informing the views, either of helping to inform the views of council or helping to inform the view of the VPA, is that report and that we ask the VPA or that report be made public. And I think that's only fair that happens, because all our reports so far that I'm aware of, we've put those in the public domain. And in order for all to read, whether it's the developers, the VPA, the community, those for the market staying where it is, or those who want to see the market move, all those reports have been put in the public domain. And it's only fair that other reports that are about Preston Market, that help to inform the decision makers about Preston Market, are also put into the public domain. I mean, that's how research is done, you enable people to have access to the data, to the information that informs decisions, and have access to that, so that people can then come to their own conclusions about where they stand in relation to the issue of the Preston Market. So I really hope that councillors support this, so that we can get more information into the public domain, even if that information has been commissioned by the developer.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillor Messina.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. That brings us to the end of notices of motion. We'll now move on to urgent business. Councillor Messina, you've indicated that you have an item of urgent business.
I have, and I'd like to submit it in the chamber, please. It was circulated prior to 12 p.m. this morning.
Thank you, Councillor Messina. Can you confirm that the item on the screen is the item that you intend to submit as urgent business?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors will need to move a motion that this be admitted as urgent
Happy to
business.
second it.
Okay, so we'll take that as moved by Councillor Messina and seconded by Councillor Le Cerf. Given the hour, can we move straight to a vote on that? Or do you wish to debate?
Really, if I could ask a question.
Sorry, were we moving to accept it onto the agenda? That's what.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, all those in favour?
I was going to ask a question before the motion was put.
We haven't put the motion,
No, not
Councillor
the
Greco.
motion,
We've
the
just
recommendation.
accepted it onto the agenda.
Yes, that's right, Mayor. I actually stood up to ask a question in relation to that.
In relation to accepting it onto
Yes.
the agenda?
Yeah.
Would you still care to ask your question? There were enough hands that went up. It's been accepted onto the
But it's an
agenda.
important question which goes towards informing whether we accept this or not as an urgent item. That's why I stood up, Mayor.
That's fine.
I understand the process. We're deciding whether this should be on the agenda or not. And I stood up in order to ask a question.
I apologise, Councillor Greco. I had not understood that was why you had stood up. As it happens, having not understood that's why you were standing up, we have actually had a vote and councillors have
Mayor, I
accepted
didn't
it onto the
vote.
agenda.
I didn't vote.
I think the vote was... Let me speak.
Okay, people...
Mayor, look, I clearly stood up.
No, Councillor Greco, I'm not denying that, okay? I've seen some shaking heads. People seem to feel that maybe we didn't have a vote. So on that basis, I'm happy to begin the process over again. And Councillor Greco, please ask your question.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to understand and just get some indication from our officers in relation to the motion, whether it actually, because it's a question that often gets asked at council, whether it actually meets the test of being an urgent business item, or whether it actually can be deferred to be a notice of motion at a later date. I just want to understand whether it meets the criteria or not.
I'm happy.
That's to the CEO. And I do know that Councillor Messina worked with the CEO in relation to that question. So, yes, Ms Wilkinson.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Greco. The truth is very very line ball in terms of whether it meets the provisions, and that was explained to Councillor Messina. The thing for me that made it not able to be conveniently or safely deferred is because it relates to COVID, and it was about temporary arrangements for traders. So it was the temporary nature of it, and the fact otherwise it complies with all the requirements, calls for a report and all those kinds of things. But it was the temporary nature of it and the urgency associated with COVID. Otherwise it wouldn't have met the test.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. That's good clarification. I thank Councillor Messina also for actually working with the CEO and having actually teased out that question before submitting it. So on the basis of that, now, and I have a mover and a seconder in relation to a motion that we admitted onto the agenda, so I'll now go to a vote on that issue. All those in favour of accepting it onto the agenda? Thank you, that item's been accepted onto the agenda. Councillor Messina, I'll now take it that you are moving the item and seek a seconder for the item.
Happy to second it.
Councillor McCarthy, thank you for seconding the item. Councillor Messina, over to you.
Thank you. I guess in any crisis, a recession or an economic downturn, you either sink, swim or plateau. Now during the recession 29 years ago, I saw a rapid downhill of people's disposable incomes and the inability to pay expenses and the empty retail areas, the loss of morale, and it took years of recovery. Some of you would have been too young to even explore that severity of what took place. I saw properties valued at $120 million sold off for $9 million. And why do I know that? Because I was a property accountant working on the iconic Block Arcade. What this motion asks for is a report to investigate the restriction of physical distancing for traders, restaurants, bars, a report to strategically think outside the box and rescue our streets, our public space, and what opportunities lie for the traders. This is an opportunity to listen to the issues facing the current situation, to support hospitality and businesses, to ignite our activity centres. The winter cold is coming. JobKeeper is expiring in September. And what happens then? How does council offer solutions to support the cafe culture? Our cafe culture is a microeconomy in Darebin. They provide jobs to many of our students and our families. The social and economic impacts are large for the traders, but for the trade that requires space for patrons. These current restrictions will make or break them. The motion is looking for solutions to look at outdoor spaces, increasing the area for delivering a meal to a patron, looking at areas where we can pop-up parklets can be established in all shopping precincts municipality-wide. Mums and dads run small businesses. Mums and dads employ local residents. Traders create a circular monetary economy. Without them, we will have huge social ramifications. The restrictions of social distancing add another layer of financial pressure. Asking premises to remain open with a fraction of customers is not something that can feasibly work with at the moment. We require some assistance. We require a report to see how we can actually make them viable, and it is this council's responsibility to assist them in that space.
Thank you, Councillor Messina.
Maybe if I can just ask, I know that we're all maybe a bit tired, but I think we skipped over the questions before the mover spoke to the motion, because I just had a very simple, quick question to ask.
I don't think we've tended to have questions prior to these type of items. The question time tends to be more relating to reports that have come before us from officers. If your question doesn't require an officer to enter the debate, well, please ask it. No,
the question is just in relation to the time, like the 29th of June, because there's a lot there that's been requested, and whether a report could come back, given all the financial implications and issues associated with the motion, whether a report and the modelling, whether a report can come back by the 29th of June.
Okay, thank you. I'll just refer that to the CEO.
Through you, Mayor Rennie, it's, again, my advice is that it's tight. I've lost track of how many new reports there are coming forward as a result of this evening, and I've got staff working 18 hours a day to try to actually respond to COVID. So we will do our absolute best if that's the will of the council, but it won't be easy.
Thank you, Ms Wilkinson. I would like to go to the seconder, because I have a seconder, so I think it would be good to proceed with debate if we can. I don't know whether you're putting your hand up, Councillor Williams, to indicate that you wish to speak.
I have an amendment.
Okay, we won't deal with an amendment until we've heard from the seconder. So, Councillor...
I'm happy to reserve my right just to keep...
Okay, thank you. Councillor Williams?
If you'd like to put that on the board, I submitted it, I think, about 2 o'clock today. I haven't seen it.
So is this an amendment to Councillor Messina's motion?
Yeah, only because I wasn't sure if it was going to be accepted because I didn't think it was an urgent motion, an urgent item, so I didn't think it was going to be accepted. So I was just adding in, because it was side streets, so I was just putting in laneways as the extra addition, and then an extra point for council to support a post-virus Rainbow Recovery Festival that brings the traders community.
Councillor Williams, I can read it. I'm inclined to think that it may not actually meet the requirement of urgent, so I'm going to ask for advice from the CEO.
But you're talking about festivals and pop-up.
But the question is, could it safely be deferred until the next meeting? And it relates to post-virus, and so there could be a question about whether it can be deferred. So I'll just refer that to the CEO.
Through you, Mayor Rennie, I haven't seen this either, but in terms of the requirements for urgent business, in terms of an amendment, it's not opposite. My very strong preference would be that that Councillor Williams consider adding words to call for a report to explore options associated with. The way this is worded is to establish a new festival. There's no budget. I don't know if I've got the resourcing. So if you wanted to just sort of add that in terms of calling for a report, then it's probably
that was the whole point, because it started off as a report.
Yeah.
So, Ms Wilkinson, I think there was a question that arose in relation to another one about whether each component of a motion had to meet the criteria for urgent, which was the question I had.
Through you, Mayor Rennie, the local law is a bit unclear in that regard. It's certainly in being admitted as urgent business, but it's less clear about amendments. So I think then the good approach to governance would be to take each of the proposed amendments on their merit, and for council to determine whether or not they're of a mind to support them in these circumstances or ask for information.
Thank you. Is it acceptable to the mover and the seconder? No. No. So, Councillor Williams, that hasn't been accepted. You'll need to seek it. We'll need to know if there's a seconder for that. Is there a seconder for the amendment?
I'm happy to say.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. So we'll now debate the amendment. Councillor Williams.
Well, the whole point I thought was in reference to having this report was obviously to ensure that we activate our streets in the area and to ensure that we're getting communities coming together, whether that's schools, traders, and just residents. So I think it was important that we are actually going forward, that we can't do actually major pop-up during this COVID at the moment until that relaxes, that we can actually have more people congregating together if you're talking about side streets that need to be closed off. So the reason why my amendment was to actually continue that a little bit more, to obviously engage the community. The whole point of the COVID, that most people went doing chalk drawings, we had the teddy bears in the windows, we had rainbows up everywhere, that was just a continuation of exactly what Councillor Messina has put up there at the moment. So I was just hoping that we would go that little bit further and ensuring that we actually incorporate our local community, which are involving the schools, and making our walkways and pathways colourful with rainbow and chalk art.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Greco.
I reserve my right to speak.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Le Cerf.
Sorry, yeah, please.
I'll speak against the amendment. I think that the intention of Councillor Messina's urgent business was around how can we help our traders by providing more space, physical space, because of the social distancing requirements that are in place for them to operate safely. I don't disagree with the merits of bringing our community together, of making our streets colourful, and perhaps that will come later. But I think that it goes beyond, I guess, what the intention of this was, and it was about coming up with a process of how do traders trade on our land, and how do we expand their land that we can give them for that purpose.
Thank you, Councillor Lasserf. Are there any further speakers? Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I think I completely misinterpreted what a Rainbow Recovery Festival was, and just felt that whilst I loved the title and it's a lovely lovely imagery, I actually I was trying to think about all the associations that we have with rainbows, and I didn't even think about the windows piece, and I thought we probably should do some consultation with our arts team and our LGBTIQ team. There's a lot of work that goes into actually shaping up a festival. We don't decide on festivals on the run. So I can't support the amendment. I'd like to think, though, that that through the engagement that Council is having, that what those opportunities are actually are led probably more by traders and traders groups, not by us trying to invent that here in the chamber. I would say that, and this is why I come back to the merits of Councillor Messina's motion as it was presented, is that there are traders that are getting together right now and going, how do we reignite our neighbourhood shopping strip? We've got to create that space. That's the merit of the substantive motion, and we sort of need to allow the grassroots to be nurtured to actually get these sorts of ideas to the table, rather than trying to come up with them on a 10 o'clock on a Tuesday night.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Greco, did you wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes, look, I'll just say a few points. I think the amendment that's been put, I think it actually complements the remainder of the motion, and I think it actually complements the overall intent of the motion. Because the way that I read the motion is that the intent is to enable the traders to create extra activity for them in their particular shopping strips. And I think that putting in that additional point, and I take the CEO's point about calling for a report, we're not actually deciding on having a festival, and let's get that clear, and let's not try to muddle our words. We're asking for a report, and a report that would be prepared, obviously would then go and consult with our various officers that have expertise in festivals and organising these types of activities, and to see how something like that could actually work. So let's not preempt and try to suggest that we're going to be launching into a festival and things like that. And also, I think again, by putting this point as an additional point, it actually enable the officers to prepare a more comprehensive report, and actually consider other options that are suggested there in point number 3. And I don't see any harm in putting that, and it'll be interesting to see what comes back from the report, and also what comes back even in the consultation I'm sure that our officers will be undertaking with some of the traders about whether some sort of festival, rainbow festival, or other type of activity could actually work for their in the vicinity of their business district. So I really see it complementary, and I just think that let's explore that possibility.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Are there any further speakers? There are none, so we'll put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour and against? That amendment is lost, with Councillors William and Greco voting in favour, and Councillor Newton, Lasserf, Messina, McCarthy and Rennie voting against. We'll now return to debate on the motion. Councillor Messina has spoken, as has Councillor McCarthy. Are there any further speakers? No, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you for that item of urgent business. Councillor Messina, are there any other items?
Yes, I have an urgent item, but I'll have an amended version to what is actually going to appear on the screen. So that's the first point. And the second point that I would include is that publicly releases Dr. Stanley's presentation and advice regarding Preston Market for transparency reasons.
Happy to second.
So the first thing we need to do, yes, Councillor
I
Messina?
have a question.
Yep.
Can Dr. Stanley directly present her report to the Planning Minister or the VPA? Does she have to come through council to do that? In other words, is this motion relevant?
This item hasn't been accepted onto the agenda. So can we deal first with whether or not it gets accepted onto the agenda? So are there any questions in relation to that? Yes, Councillor Messina.
I'd like to ask the CEO if the processes were followed and if the CEO believes this is urgent business, accepted as urgent business.
Thank you. Ms Wilkinson.
Through you, Mayor Rennie. Councillor Greco emailed and asked for advice on this today. The version that was submitted has been changed to accept my advice. The addition of the publicly releases element. So point 2 that Councillor Greco just read out, I'm not convinced it's urgent for a couple of reasons. One is I'm aware that the presentation has been released publicly and is on the data website. And secondly, Dr. Stanley didn't provide advice, she made a presentation. So it's not, council didn't commission that advice. So we would have to, but having said that, it's a very minor point, and if council was to support point 3, then it makes sense that they would if council was to support point 1, then it makes sense that you would in turn release the report, the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a motion that this be accepted onto the agenda, and that has been seconded by Councillor Williams. All those in favour? And against? Councillor Greco, council has voted not to accept that onto the agenda. Voting in favour were Councillor Greco and Councillor Williams. Voting against were Councillor Newton, Councillor Lasserve, Councillor Messina, Councillor McCarthy and Councillor Rennie. Thank you. Are there any further items of business? Urgent business? No, there are not. So we'll now move to reports of standing committees. There are none. Records of assemblies of councillors.
I note there's a spelling mistake in one of the reports.
I'll just get you to indicate that afterwards.
Okay.
But otherwise moved by Councillor Messina and seconded by Councillor Lasserve. All those in favour? Thank you. Reports by Mayor and councillors.
Mayor Rennie, I submitted late this afternoon my report, but it doesn't appear on the printed reports that have come around. So I want to make sure that my activity report is recorded as part of the minutes.
I'm happy to accept.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. I'll just seek advice on what we did last time.
You read out the report, so there was no...
I think that's what I did.
Through you, Mayor Rennie, I don't
Councillor
appear to
Greco.
have received it. It was emailed, Councillor Greco?
Sent this afternoon.
And sent to...
Sent at 5:24 p.m, Mayor, if you're looking for it.
So you've received it, Councillor McCarthy?
5:24 p.m.
Councillor Greco, I'm assuming it's not very long because they're generally not. In the interest of all councillors knowing what they're voting on, can I get you to quickly read out what's on the report?
Yep. Council briefings, Welcoming Cities Reference Group, Darebin Aboriginal Advisory Committee, attended Black Lives Matter rally, attended to residents' issues, and the list of issues are Nature Street planning, Preston Market, barking dog parking, and Mantra refugees.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. So we'll take that as accepted, given that it's been emailed and people now know what's there. So that's been moved. Councillor Williams, you indicating that you're happy to move the councillor reports, and seconded by Councillor Greco. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. That is moved unanimously. That brings us to consideration of reports considered confidential. Councillor Lesurf has...
I'd like to move a motion that we close the meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Lesurf. Seconded by Councillor Messina. All those in favour?
What's the motion?
That we close the meeting for the confidential items.
Consider the confidential items. Yeah.
So all those in favour? Thank you. The meeting is now closed to the public. We'll make sure that the stream is turned off, perhaps, and that also the door is closed.